Thanks for another Council of Elders meeting, communing, gathering together. Yeah. Today's program, we will be addressing the issue of xenophobia, a form of hate, a form of discrimination that we see is on the rise in our glory land. And as the Council of Elders, it is our duty to address such matters. So I hope everyone is ready and will participate. We look forward to a glorious and great discussion among ourselves as we commune one to another. Will Emmanuel I, Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Così si cadere Africa, malupakani suponayo, Israel mitanda zoyetu, così si cadere latina, lusapolayo, morena moloka se ciava sai su, o feliz eventuale mazzene, o si boloche, se ciava sa, se ciava sa, South Africa, South Africa. I did love fun on Senhor, I did deep the fun on sea, would see ever the folly groans on for clean. Sound the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our love.
Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Call for virtual reverence in the virtual courts of Rastafari. We will lift our eyes unto the hill from whence cometh our help. Our help comes from the Lord, the created Zion and the black Christ, the 3 in 1 and the 1 in 3, the 3 who never disagree. Marcus I, Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious oil upon our head that went down unto our beard. Even Aaron's beard that went down unto the skirt of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descend upon the mountain of Zion. From where the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, your Rastafari. Our Almighty God, your Rastafari, great and terrible God, your Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign the heart of our flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, your Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved unto thee. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. To God be the glory, great things he has done. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love one and all. Give thanks for life and the life giver. Give thanks for the coming together, fellowshipping one to another. Give thanks for all our loved ones who could only take a moment out of their busy schedule to come and sit with us and reason ourselves to arrive. So welcome each and everyone. We have a great program addressing the current events in the earth. You know, wherein right today would be Africa. So we have each and everyone, listen with an objective mind and, tell us what God intended. Give thanks to Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress and the Church of True Divine Salvation, of which all of us are members, and give thanks to the Council of Elders who would have come together in this time to save ourselves, from a moral and ethical point of view. So we glorify and give thanks, and we call upon our beloved Mother Maisie to bless us with a chorus. Rastafari, my Lord and Empress.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Enough love and blessing to each and every one that are present here today. We give thanks and we welcome you all to this wonderful meeting that we're about to start. Give thanks. Love, love, love. March, Israel, march around Jericho. As if we march, Israel march around Jericho. As if we march, Israel march around Jericho. Unmute your mic, Mama Miriam. All gone down. As if we looking na Hebrew 11 chapter, you will find Jericho wall. As if we looking na Hebrew 11 chapter, you will find Jericho wall. As if we looking at Hebrew 11 chapter, you will find Jericho wall. For Ethiopia never cease fire till Babylon walls gone down. As if we march, Israel march around Jericho. As if we march, Israel march around Jericho. As if we march, Israel march around Jericho wall. For Ethiopia never cease fire till Babylon wall comes down. As I've been looking, Hebrew 11 chapter, you will find Jericho. As I've been looking, the Hebrew 11 chapter, you will find Jericho. As I've been looking, Hebrew 11 chapter, you will find Jericho. For Ethiopia never cease fire till Babylon wall comes down. For Ethiopia river, cease fire till Babylon wall come down in a holy Mount Zion. Zion, Zion, I, Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, fire upon the walls of Babylon. Now and now, Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress, back to the chair. Give thanks.
Majesty bless, Honorable Empress. Give thanks for such royal angelic voice, and such upward meditation. And we
My Lord.
continue moving on. I believe we have the co-chair, the Honorable Assistant co-chair, give a welcoming word, and then we have the roll call. Honorable Priest Evans.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks, true heart of celebration, and as usual, a true heart of welcome, Give thanks for each and everyone here gathered today, the royal gathering throng, from the chairman to the co-chair, our royal administrator, our royal tech, our royal secretary, our royal singers, We give thanks for each and everyone, the royal treasurer with the sponsorship, the whole network putting our programs together. We give thanks for the royal participants, because without the participants, we would be talking to ourselves as usual. So we give thanks for each and everyone here, my Lord and Empress. We give thanks for the Liberation Day celebration. Even coinciding with this topic, xenophobia. Is a current topic taking place in the continent and all over the world right now. So we give thanks, that it even relates to liberation, because to liberate ourselves is to free ourselves from all control and all constraint and restraint. And that is what we see going on right now. You see it? And one of the greatest liberation I see that we need right now is liberation of the mind. Never forget the words of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Liberate the minds of men, and ultimately, you will liberate the bodies of men. So this is what it's all about, my Lord and Empress, to, enlighten the mind. You see it? Change the mindset and come to a right understanding. You see it, as we reason ourselves start right. So we give thanks and glorify for such moments of fellowship, one to the other, and greater understanding, one to the other. My Lord and Empress, blessed love, back to the chair. Blessed.
My Lord, give thanks, Honorable Co-Chair, Assistant Co-Chair. You can call upon Empress Dion for the roll call.
In response, in the absence of Honorable Empress Dion, I am Honorable Empress Tricia, and today's roll call for May 24th, 2026, Council of Elders. Honorable Priest Aimesley.
Master bless.
Honorable Priest Rasabana.
Present, family.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Greetings, family.
Honorable Priest Seven.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest Aswad.
Bless the inside. Yeah.
Honorable Priest Earl.
And perfect love, royal family.
Honorable Priest Adigan.
Present royal family, give thanks for life.
Honorable Ja Iras Levi.
Blessed Rastafari.
Our leading Empress, Honorable Empress Miriam.
Blessed love, royal family.
Honorable Empress Akim.
Blessed love, royal family. Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Divine.
Blessed love, royal family.
Honorable Empress Afi.
She in the back. Bless.
For Empress Nicole.
In the house.
Honorable Empress Deborah,
Ainity.
and myself, Honorable Empress Trisha. Let the records reflect that at the beginning of today's meeting, that 15 members were present, my Lord and Empress. We ask that ones get your pen, your books, whatever you may need to write, as today's topic is on xenophobia on the continent and outside of the continent. Blessed love.
Blessed Empress.
Go ahead, Empress Trisha.
We also ask that you remain hydrated throughout the entire program. Get your water, your fruit water, your fruits, your vegetable, whatever you may need to take you through the entire program. We also are live streaming on the EABIC Council of Elders YouTube station. We ask, as the video open, that you subscribe, like, subscribe, share, and hit the notification button as well. Going straight into today's inspiration by our Queen, Sister, Mother Ayandla Van Zandt, Acts of Faith. There is nothing more infuriating than being in the presence of someone who makes a racial slur. Whether it is in the form of a joke, mindless comment, or blatant disrespect, ignorance should carry no weight with you. The comment is a reflection of fear and shame. To respond means giving into fear and surrendering your power. Remember, what you focus your mind on will grow. When you allow yourself to be drawn into the ignorance of another, you will undoubtedly say or do something of the same nature. As hard as it is, or as hard as it may be, the best response is no response. In the silence of your comment, the string of the words is sure to hit home. I am in charge of my words and my deeds. The Ashanti proverbs, force against force equals more force. Think of a time when you wanted to challenge a thoughtless, racist, or sexist remark, and what did you decide to do and why, my Lord and Empress? I do give thanks for this moment as we continue in today's program. Honorable Priest Rasabana.
Blessed love family. There is a misguided statement among the ill-informed fundamentalists. It seems to be derived from being willfully ignorant. King Emmanuel spoke about the elders. The scriptures speak of the 4 and 20 elders in Revelation 4, verse 4, which is mentioned several times during the chapter. These are the divine elders surrounding the throne of God. There are a few individuals that say the Father never established the council of elders. While they are wrong, if even so, that doesn't negate I and I creating such an entity. The elders of the Congress are sitting in council, hence the title. How is this not a sanctioned goodie? Individuals, repeat. How is this not a sanctioned goodie of individuals, many of whom are the ones who were representatives of the Congress during the Father's time? The Constitution authorizes 32 members. who by this time are the elders today. Several are part of the Council of Elders. These kinds of statements come from a mischievous place, hating on those very members who helped build and maintain the Congress. It is a sign that the younger members are not learning the true culture of King Emmanuel or Rastafari. The Prophet Marcus Garvey taught us that as Africans, we have the right to establish the institutions that serve our needs and protect our way of life. The guidance of the elders within the African society is a way of life. The Congress is not a cult, it is an evolving government and an ancient church rooted in Ethiopian African theology. The young members
It seems like the priest's phone cut out, and I'll continue reading until he comes forward again. And I'll repeat. The Congress is not a cult. It is an evolving government and an ancient church rooted in Ethiopian African theology. The young members need the humility to sit at the elders' feet and learn from their experience and knowledge.
them is hearing I.
Yes, you can continue now, my lord.
The elders must have patience to tutor the younger members. Respect is due on both sides. This is the word of God, shared by gods and goddesses, left as the custodians of the EABIC and true divine church of salvation. The elders' duty is to educate and clarify when necessity requires it. God is love. Let us all love. Blessed art of love.
Honorable Priest Imesley.
Honorable Chair.
Unmute your mic.
Any mic was muted. Continue. What does it mean to be an African?
No. What does liberty mean to an African?
Yeah. What does liberty mean to an African? For people of African descent, liberty goes beyond basic independence. It represents the reclamation of human dignity, self-determination, and the restoration of cultural identity. Because the African experience is deeply marked by histories of enslavement and colonialism, freedom is viewed through the lens of collective autonomy, economic restitution, and human equality. I'll read that again. As the African experience is deeply marked by histories of enslavement and colonialism, freedom is viewed through the lens of collective autonomy, economic restitution, and human equality. Liberty across the African continent and diaspora encompasses several core principles. One, the right to human equality. Historically, the struggle for liberty has been a fight against systemic dehumanization. To an African, liberty means equality before the law and being recognized as fundamentally equal in worth to any other human being, free from racial subjugation. Self-determination and Pan-Africanism is rooted in the aftermath of colonial rule. African liberty is closely tied to the sovereignty of nations and the continent's ability to chart its own political and economic future. It reflects the collective freedom of African people to cover themselves without foreign intervention or neo-colonial influences. 3. Cultural reconnection and dignity. For many, liberty also means breaking free from the cultural, psychological, and intellectual conditioning imposed history. It has the freedom to embrace, express, celebrate African heritage, languages, and indigenous ways of life without facing prejudice. 4. Economic and resource justice. Economic and resource justice. Liberty is deeply tied to the tangible ability to thrive. In many African and diasporic contexts, this means having equal access to land, economic opportunity, and the continent's abundant resources, reversing past systematic exclusions and exploitation. The deep historical desire for this freedom is embedded in the very name of Liberia, an African nation founded by free African Americans in the 1800s, which translates literally to the land of the free and uses the motto, the love of liberty bought us freedom. Give thanks for your patience and attention, and as we continue on the Enlightenment program, call upon Empress Diane, combating racism, xenophobia, and discrimination. Blessed love,
my
Empress.
Lord and Empress. Discrimination and manifestation of racism and xenophobia continues to threaten security in the increasing diverse societies of many organizations for security and cooperation in Europe, or OSCE, participating states. In order to understand the phenomenon of racism, the monitoring of racist incidents is essential. And this is one of ODIHR, or Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, central activities in this area. ODIHR also advises and supports governments and NGOs in implementing programs to combat racism. Countries across the OSCE regions are experiencing racist incidents of an increasingly violent nature. Physical assaults, arson attacks, and murders have become the sad reality of progressively more diverse societies. Since 2004, the OSCE has put considerable efforts into shaping policies and activities against racism. International OSCE conferences and ministerial and permanent council decision, MC decision 1005, MC decision 403, PC decision 621 have identified the need to tackle racist violence with appropriate hate crime legislation and education. In order to understand the phenomenon of racism, monitoring racist incidents is essential and constitutes one of ODIHR's central activities in this area. National legislation against racism, focus strategies, and appropriate national structures, such as specialized institutions, are key aspects of fighting racism effectively. ODIHR advises governments on strategy and support them in implementing schemes to combat violent expressions of racism. Cooperation between the Council of Europe's European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, or ECRI, the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, or FRA, and ODIHR has resulted in a strengthened and reinforced anti-racism message. They have called on political leaders to speak out against all forms of violence motivated by racial hatred or xenophobia, and to act responsibly and refrain from providing simplistic explanations with racist, xenophobic, or anti-Semitic connotations for complex social, political, and economic problems or phenomena. Continuing reading, Xenophobia by Honorable Empress Trisha.
Xenophobia. Xenophobia is the fear, hatred, or deep-seated prejudice against people perceived as foreigners or outsiders. Rooted in the Greek word xenos, stranger or guest, and phobos, fear or dread. It often manifests as intense hostility, discrimination, and the exclusion of individuals based on their nationality, culture, or immigrant status. Xenophobia is often driven by a perceived conflict between an in-group, native citizens, and an out-group, foreigners, stemming from a fear of losing national, ethnic, or cultural identity. Institutional prejudice can appear in discriminatory government policies, such as biased immigration laws, restricted access to resources, or systematic profiling. Violence and extremism, in severe cases, fuels anti-immigrant extremism, hate speech, and physical violence. How it differs from racism. While closely related and often intersecting, xenophobia and racism target different traits. Xenophobia is discrimination based on origin, culture, or nationality of a person. Racism is a broader prejudice based specifically on race or biological characteristics, often tied to systems of societal power or historical privilege. Xenophobia is a recurring issue worldwide, with modern debates heavily focused on borders, asylum seekers, and demographic shifts. For instance, anti-immigration sentiment has deep roots in the United States history and politics. Similarly, in regions like South Africa, economic instability and demographic changes have sparked periodic bouts of violence and protests against African migrants. Human rights organizations and international bodies like the OSCE, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, actively monitor these incidents and advise governments on implementing hate crime legislations. My Lord and Empress. Honorable Priest 7, if you are there. I'm not sure if Chris Barry is there.
Yes, I will. Yes, continue on. Racism is a system of racial prejudice plus power. Racism as a system refers to the ways in which a society's laws and institutions privilege one racial group over another. For this reason, racism occurs when a group with more privilege or power in society discriminates against a group with less privilege or power. Xenophobia is prejudice against people from different countries, cultures, or religions. Islamophobia, or hatred of Muslims and Islam, is a form of xenophobia. Anti-immigrant sentiment is another form. It is everyone's job in society, not just those who are being discriminated against, to speak out against racism and xenophobia. To be continued? Oh, okay. Let's see. Xenophobia in the United States is the fear or hatred of any cultural group in the United States that is perceived as being foreign or strange or un-American. It expresses a conflict between an in-group and an out-group and may manifest as suspicion by one of the other's activities and beliefs and goals. It includes a desire to eliminate their presence and fear of losing national, ethnic, or racial identity, and is often closely linked to racism and discrimination. Thanks for your patience here and rapidness of attention. To be continued.
Honorable Empress Hakeem.
Yes, I'm here. I was looking away. Excuse me. Consciousness. Consciousness is the creative ingenuity in universal existence. In science, physics is how things work and defines the physical world. The law of physics says things are constant at all times everywhere, which would mean human reality is predetermined. This would suggest occurrences are influenced by external forces, and nothing is in the control of the human action. The concept of choice, free will, and discernment is mute in such deductions. This would mean the radically novel or a new revelation is a fiction of human imagination. In this sense, is imagination a creative ingenuity or sensory memory? If human existence is casually dormant, does mind control our actions or compute the existing world? The human soul or mind is the force or active power within the biology of man. The soul is self-motivated and self-activated and is not controlled by external forces, wherein an external action can influence the mind's decision. The decision is determined by what the mind calculates as being best for the body. Consciousness is what assures the proper actions are taken based on the information available and understood. Consciousness taps into the universal intelligence and is the essence of the mind or soul. Only humans exhibit consciousness. The other creatures are bound to external influence in a casually closed world. Consciousness is the only truly creative nature in the universe and is achievable by humans. Epilogue.
Speechless, Savannah.
Majesty.
Yes. Yeah. Where's the conclusion? Oh, we have a video.
For more than 3 decades, attacks on migrants have rocked South African communities. In its response to the latest wave of anti-migrant tensions in late April and May 2026, the South African government strongly condemned what it termed as all acts of violence, while strongly rejecting accusations that the country is xenophobic. But beneath the violence lies a deeper story. Millions of ordinary South Africans still face crushing inequality, unemployment, poverty, and limited access to basic services. So this week on the program, we ask, why are ordinary South Africans targeting migrants in their country, many of them fellow Africans? I'm Beatrice Marshall. Welcome to Talk Africa. Now, since the end of apartheid in 1994, recurring attacks against fellow Africans have remained one of the darkest stains on South Africa's democratic history. Now, after independence in 1994, South Africa became a major destination for migrants seeking work, particularly from neighboring countries. In 1998, 2 Senegalese nationals and 1 Mozambican were thrown from a moving train by a mob returning from an anti-immigrant rally. The attackers reportedly blamed foreigners for unemployment, crime, and the spread of disease. In 2000, 7 foreign nationals, including Nigerians, Kenyans, and Angolans, were killed in Cape Town. 2008 marked the deadliest outbreak of anti-migrant violence in post-apartheid South Africa. The attacks began in Alexandria Township in May of 2008 before spreading rapidly across Gauteng, Durban, Cape Town, and other urban centers. At least 62 people were killed, more than 670 injured during the attacks. In 2015, a new wave of anti-migrant violence erupted in Durban before spreading to Johannesburg and other areas. At least 7 people were killed and thousands were displaced in that outbreak. Large-scale violence erupted again in Johannesburg and Pretoria in September of 2019. At least 12 people were killed, while hundreds of businesses were looted and destroyed. The attacks also triggered South Africa's diplomatic tensions with some countries, including Nigeria. Between 2021 and 2024, anti-migrant campaigns such as Operation Dudula emerged. In 2026, several African governments, including Kenya, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Malawi, issued warnings to their citizens in South Africa amid renewed anti-immigrant violence and protests linked to illegal immigration concerns. Well, joining me now to unpack why such attacks in South Africa keep recurring are from Johannesburg, Professor Alex van der Heever, social security expert at the University of Witwatersrand. From Pretoria, Professor Lesiba Tefo, lecturer of law at the University of South Africa. And also in Johannesburg, Zanila Sabela, Congress of South African Trade Unions National Spokesperson. Welcome everyone to the program. Thank you for joining us in this discussion. I want to get your views here as a start. And Zanila, let me start off with you, because as of May this year, protests against illegal immigration spread across major South African cities. Pretoria has pushed back against what it calls fake videos and images circulating online. But beyond misinformation, does xenophobia really exist in South Africa, Zanila?
we wouldn't necessarily call it xenophobia. It is something that does flare up every now and again. Everyone is aware of our history in South Africa, how the majority in our country was actually kept away from opportunities, job opportunities, education, everything else, and literally pushed out to the peripheries of the economic centers of our country, even pushed out to separate provinces. And so people haven't had those kind of opportunities. A certain few have had education policies, opportunities and all of that, but the majority of people just haven't had those opportunities. And post democracy, people have tried, to explore those opportunities, but then they found it very difficult. I mean, when you look at it, we've had about 350 years of oppression, and then we've had 30 years of what we call a democracy. Things are not perfect. We are getting somewhere. We could be further than we are. I think there is a big section of the population that still feels that they just don't have access to those opportunities, and they carry the brunt of the inequality in this country. And so this is why they would start to maybe protest and react to certain things that are happening in the country.
Professor Van der Heeven, I want to hear your view there.
The xenophobic type attacks have actually largely been part of sort of politically inspired. They're not necessarily organic or authentic protests that are occurring. There are people with vested interests who want to create and sow division, and the attacks against foreigners is a very easy target. They're a vulnerable group. They're technically socially excluded in many respects because they're not proper citizens, and in some cases they're undocumented, and they basically get held up as a scapegoat for anything that is going wrong in South Africa. And those aren't the reasons that things are going wrong. And people who immigrate to South Africa, or people who come through, are not taking jobs from other people. Population movements and growth tend to encourage economic development and growth, not hold it back. So in many cases, the attacking of vulnerable people is just a very useful political ploy for some people to exaggerate social grievances for their own benefit. And that's why we tend to see it.
Professor Tefo.
These are symptoms of systemic failure. You wouldn't be discussing this matter if South Africa wasn't idealistic and wasn't euphoric on the eve of independence. If only it had done what the world is doing and not thought they were unique and special, or there were exceptions. Two things that South Africa failed to do with respect to the Refugees Act of 1998. Number one, they didn't do what the world is doing, namely, first country of safety first. South Africans were idealistic, were romantic. They didn't do. What I'm talking about is contained in the Geneva Convention of 1951. Number two, there is exceptional circumstances.
Right.
Towards the end of the convention, it says any country under exceptional circumstances, it can deny anybody the right of access to that country. And the reason why today South Africans find themselves where they are is because they were failed by those who wrote that legislation.
Right.
The other things are symptomatic. And lo and behold, Britain, America, and the rest of Europe are doing exactly what South Africans are doing. So call it xenophobia if you will, but it certainly is not. It is not. It's a reaction and a response to the material condition that warrant that.
So Professor Van der Heeven, I want to come to you on that and get your assessment. You know, is it that there are structural economic failures, as Professor Tefo has said that? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't think that's the cause of what we're seeing. So you've seen that xenophobic type attacks also occur in Europe. It is highly politicized in countries that are far more stable than South Africa and far better developed. And yet immigration and the movement of people is charged up as a political issue. And it has been deliberately used to polarize discussions and politics in those particular countries. So they've done it in the United States, done it in Europe, and it's not unusual that it is being done in South Africa. So the issue is that you have to separate it out from underlying economic conditions. That's just used as one of the grievances to escalate, because as I indicated before, population movements and the concentration of populations actually improves economic development and growth.
Right.
But control and exclude is not a coherent strategy. It wasn't one under apartheid for people in South Africa, but it's now being done on a sort of a cross-border basis in South Africa at this point. And in both cases, they're harmful to the stabilization of people and communities. We're destabilizing people, and we're targeting people who don't actually have rights adequately within South Africa. It's better to have a coherent strategic policy and work on that basis, and that it's informed.
Right. So, Zandile, if the equation is, this has happened in other parts of Africa before, be that Ghana or Nigeria, as Professor Tefo says, why is the term xenophobia only being used by some to describe the attacks on foreign nationals in South Africa? We don't see it being used in other regions.
And that is the problem. The problem with that is that it's being called xenophobia and has been, since about 2008. And I think what Professor van der Heeven is saying leads me to talk about what our Minister of International Relations has said, because Ghana has now gone and written to the AU to want to discuss this. And our minister welcomes this because it's an important, he wants to know, why is it that we are getting the majority of immigrants in this country? Everyone, like Professor Tefo said, somebody comes all the way from Ethiopia, goes past about 10 countries to get to ours. Why is it we are getting this disproportionate amount of immigrants? Why is it? And what is it that we need to do as a continent, as SADC, as a region? We need to now start looking at that to say, what is it that we're doing? Why is it that people are leaving their countries to come here? Where by all intents and purposes, if you can ask, any one of my members, this is not the land of milk and honey. We have problems in this country. We had unemployment stats coming out and looking, including the people that are now discouraged, have been looking for jobs and can't find them. We're sitting at 43.7%. That's more than 4 out of, 10 people that do not have a job. When you look at young people between the ages of 15 and 24 who are not in education and are not employed, we're talking about 70% of them are unemployed.
Right. So, Professor van der Heeven, South Africa has been declared first country of safety first, and South Africa has enacted the Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Act, which was officially signed into law in early 2024. It also has the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act and the National Action Plan. Why did South Africa enact these laws, and to what extent, though, have these laws achieved their intended goals?
Well, you can set up legal frameworks, but how you apply them and the machinery to actually implement them properly is really the question. The constitutional framework really requires that everybody is treated fairly and in a just manner, and that comes out of South Africa's history, where you do not want any state organ or any people in South Africa treating other peoples or any peoples you regard as other in an arbitrary and discriminatory manner. So even if you're going to apply a different treatment to somebody, it must still be something that is regarded as fair and just. The issue in South Africa about, first of all, the practical reality is South Africa has borders that are very difficult to police. The reality is South Africa is attractive from an economic perspective for many people throughout Africa. We don't have all of Africa in South Africa. We have people coming through. but it is a natural tendency which is part of an urbanization process within Africa. People are moving to cities in Africa, and they're moving to cities in the region. So it's an inevitable tendency. The question is whether, from a policy perspective, somebody has acknowledged that reality and has practical policy frameworks in place to address it, because we are going to be dealing with, in Johannesburg, in Gauteng, in the Western Cape, we are going to be dealing with an increase in the size of cities and extensive urbanization. And if we have municipalities that are corrupt and dysfunctional, that urbanization process is not going to work well. And you have to also adopt strategically a regional perspective, not just a South African perspective.
Right, so we're going to take a short break now, and when we return, we'll continue our discussion when we come back. To stay with us. Welcome back to Talk Africa. Still with me are Professor Alex van den Heever, Professor Lesiba Tefo, and Zanella Sabina. Zanella, according to the IMF, and you've mentioned the unemployment statistics at 43.7%, according to the IMF, South Africa has one of the highest levels of inequality in the world, with the top 20% holding over 60% of income and 40% at the bottom holding about 7% of income. I want to talk about the Black empowerment, economic empowerment model that was designed to increase Black participation in the economy to redress these inequalities. To what extent, though, has the BEE achieved its goals of bridging the wealth gap?
I think the problem with analyzing BEE is people tend to look at equity, like how much Black people hold in terms of corporate equity, for one. But let's face it, if it wasn't for BEE, I wouldn't be sitting here speaking to you. COSATU actually had a male white spokesperson, two spokespersons before me. Those opportunities were not open to Black women. And so there are several factors to BEE, and that would be, in terms of management, in terms of employment, how you employ people, in terms of bringing up small businesses, corporates actually making sure that small businesses, supplier development in terms of that. And so it is those things that people tend to want to look at, somebody who's made it, who are now, we count about 6 South African billionaires who will make it to the Forbes list, for one. You count about 6. And so when you compare that, you compare how much wealth they have to the people who traditionally used to have wealth, the South Africans, the white South Africans who still hold that wealth, then you'll see that it is a bit, there is that inequality and it still exists. We mustn't throw it away whole. We need to make sure that the things that are not working in terms of it need to work some more.
Right. So, Professor Tefo, I want to get your view on this. Why hasn't BEE bridged the wealth gap?
It wouldn't, and it won't succeed. And I hear what Zanel is saying. Remember, even the billionaires he's talking about, they didn't make it of their own accord. They were given those monies to serve as buffers between the poor and the rich. This is the new elite created by the white capital to serve the interests of the white capital. Under normal circumstances, a politician would not have become a billionaire in the first 5 years of South Africa. But they were objects and they were used as buffers. I don't celebrate them because they should have used the opportunities to empower many people down there at the bottom of the economic ladder. Yes, I understand the philosophy, the ideology, and the ideals of BEE were betrayed by the political elite. I support the ideals, but they betrayed them. And they accept that, by the way, today. Many people are complaining and they acknowledge that. But the country is in a mess, is in a dire state, because some policies we adopted to serve our interests rather than the wretched of the earth. But I hear Professor Van der Heever, I get where he comes from. But I think we have to admit we're too idealistic. We thought we were exceptional under the sun, and we are learning the hard way that we are not. We have to change the constitution. We have to. And that's what the people are saying on the ground. Kicking on screaming, the political parties are going to be forced to amend the constitution to be responsive to the existential experiences of the people on the ground.
Professor Van den Heever, let me come to you here, because in their 2024 election manifestos, the ANC said it was committed to policies like black economic empowerment and employment equity, arguing that such measures are essential to rectify systemic inequality inherited from apartheid. On its part, the DA specifically pledged to create 2 million new jobs. What happened to those election pledges?
Well, the Government of National Unity is not necessarily an effective coalition as it exists now. You're largely still getting the ANC policies that are driving what has happened. And to a large extent, since particularly from 2008 onwards, South Africa's economic development has been undermined. It has to be made very clear. We have structural imperfections in the economy, which is driving the inequality that we see, because these high levels of unemployment generate in the numbers the levels of income inequality. And there's no way to counterbalance that without economic growth and development and increasing the number of people who are employed. So that is one of the issues that has to be looked at. Black economic empowerment was a veneer for an elite bargain, where people have basically just been paid off in the ANC elite. It has not actually been broad-based black economic empowerment, which would actually be driving economic development and growth and inclusiveness in the economy. So you've got a sort of a transformation mantra that is not genuine. The issue going forward is South Africa needs to have a genuine empowerment strategy that is genuinely inclusive and encourages economic growth and development. Central to that will also be that we have to restore integrity to our public services.
Right.
Large parts of economic growth and development depend on being able to invest coherently in infrastructure, but you can't do that if you've got extortion mafias that are basically undermining all economic development in South Africa, and they're operating throughout South Africa. That's extortion mafias around infrastructure, around water, around utilities, around everywhere where there's government procurement. And that has basically caused the collapse of our public services, and we have to restore that, because that is part of the structural weakness that is driving unemployment and low economic growth.
Right. So I want to get your final thoughts as we wind up the program. And let me start off with you, Zanele, and go back to your original comments at the beginning of this program, where you talked about many of the people have been pushed out of the center and lack opportunities. Now, given that the informal sector is a flashpoint for displaced anger, what is the government's plan to formalize and support township businesses as you wind up the program?
There are so many programs that are started genuinely to say, you know, we're starting this fund to help small businesses. I just saw a video clip of our Minister of Small Businesses, and she was saying, no, we're going here and this is what we're starting. There's so many of these little funds that are being started, but for some reason, they just don't carry through. And so we find ourselves in places where things that are supposed to be helping us make progress don't necessarily get there. But then what does happen is, you know, with the influx of immigrants into the country, you have people that will come into the township and actually start businesses. But then the problem with that is they leave out the original citizens of the country, the original citizens of those townships. They will come in and then they themselves will bring in their countrymen. And so you'll have people who are in a four-roomed house, but then there's about 30 people living there because they want to share amongst themselves. And then that's probably one of the reasons. It's that you come in, you empower yourself and you empower your countrymen, but then you are sort of an island. And so when people see this progress, this is why they get upset.
Right.
And it's some of the problems that we do have. And, you know, in terms of informal, how we empower the informal sector in this country, I'm not sure that it is something that we really have thought of and discussed at length.
Right. Professor Van Heeven, I want to get your final comments. Can anti-migrant violence be tackled really effectively without first confronting the structural inequalities? What one specific legislative reform do you think can ensure economic inequality would be lower in South Africa within 5 years, for instance, as you make your winding up submissions?
From an economic perspective, government doesn't come with little funds to develop. What it does is it actually establishes an enabling environment for people to basically start their own businesses and operate within that environment. So the small business development approaches are going to achieve absolutely nothing. The question is, are we establishing that enabling environment? Can people participate reasonably and freely? So economic inclusion depends, so where government does it well is when it basically creates those opportunities through creating the platform for other people to operate on. It is not going to ever work that we have a strategy, a fundamental strategy of control and exclude as the way in which we operate. We have to manage the population that's going to move in. And as I said, and I've said repeatedly, movements of populations into a concentrated area is an opportunity for economic development. It is not harmful. It doesn't substitute for people there. It actually creates opportunities. People who come in and create businesses and employment, even if it comes from their own countries, actually does stimulate. Where do they spend their money? They're spending it in that environment. It adds jobs. It's an emergent environment. So government can't create a coherent environment. It also can't formalize informal sectors from the top. The environment, basically you have to create the opportunities.
Right.
Aspects of the environment will formalize organically and naturally. But you can't just introduce licensing systems into an informal system. They will fall over. And to the extent that a licensing framework is introduced to formalize, you just bribe your way out of any legal obligations. And by the way, that's what's happening to a lot of the foreigners who come into South Africa, that every law that we've got to so-called manage them is circumvented through bribes. Every official involved in that pipeline takes bribes to let everybody in. It doesn't stop anybody, doesn't manage anything, doesn't create policy coherence. So you have to have people who can create proper strategies around the management and movement of people, recognize opportunities where they are, and have a regional perspective, not a local South African perspective.
Right. So, Professor Tefo, you have the final word. What concrete solutions are needed to break this cycle of violence permanently as you make your winding up submissions?
We can revitalize the economy. We can indeed empower the people. If you go to the homeland system and you go under apartheid, there was no township that didn't have what was called industrial parks. But they all collapsed. Now they have been taken by foreigners. The rural economy and township economy has been taken over by foreigners. So if you want to reset, then address that question. But how do you address it when you have foreign-funded organizations whose main principal responsibility is to make sure that changes that the government wants to effect, they challenge and they take them to court. And they win because of the Constitution. Yes, change the Constitution. Change the Constitution. I know good political governance is a sine qua non. It's a necessary condition for Africa's development. Africa is in a sorry state, but at the same time, because of poor management, listen to the people on the ground and respond to them. If the Constitution must be changed, people are not made for the law. The law is made for men. If the law doesn't serve men, men must change that law.
Thank you all very much for that insightful submission. But that's all we have time for on the
Honorable Preacher Savannah.
Epilogue. Greetings, brothers and sisters, members of the human race. The Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Council of Elders take a stand against xenophobia on the continent of Africa and throughout the diaspora. The act of hate in any form, for any reason, except for an expression against evil and wrong, is sinful. The Council of Elders, while understanding the feeling of hopelessness and needs, cannot condone or support the violence of Africans against other Africans. In the inoculation of a misconception and misplaced anger intravenously given by the colonialists to divide and rule, this external pathogen must be extricated from among people of African descent and a path to lasting unity identified. And I encourage all people of African descent to speak out against such action. The responsibility of the conscious is to educate the ignorant and innocent. Let our voices be heard, speaking truth and defending justice for all. God is love. Let us all love each other. Heart of Love Family. The EABIC Royal Council of Elders Declaration.
My Lord, give thanks for such a clearance and declaration, you know. One, one of the things you notice, even to say why South Africa is in this situation wherein people flock to the land, because they have a stronger economy system going on, and how that went on. They was built on the foundation of apartheid, and the rest of the white world supported them. Hence, they could have such a even strong economy. Even they are also a nuclear power, one of the nuclear power in the world. So it's the same way enough of our parents left the West Indies and went to places like America and England, to where they figured they had a better chance of being economically strengthened. So this is how my little take. This is what I see go on in South Africa, said we. You know, they get benefits because of the apartheid system, and man would have figured say it's easier to make our money down on that side than in other places. So the floor is open, my lord. Matches to best.
To the chair.
Yes, Empress.
Yes, one of the things that the one professor of law, he kept saying, speaking about, was changing the Constitution. The Constitution was made for, how did he say it? For man. Man was made for the Constitution. I don't
No,
quite
law
remember.
was made for man and not man for the law.
For the law, correct. And in hearing that and listening to that, if the law isn't changed to include the people, then how do the people survive? They have the people subjugated under these laws that do not benefit for them or their families. Jobs are hard to get. They've pushed them out of the township where all the jobs are, and they're living in these areas that are not suitable for living. And it's not that the government is building new homes and putting people in, even if they're little 1 or 2 bedroom apartments, and putting the residents in. They have the people living, below poverty. So these things will occur. Now, while these things are occurring, it's not correct, because we're all one. And they have to understand and recognize that we are one. There are places in South Africa that Black man cannot go.
up to the day.
Right. They're not fighting against that system. They're not fighting against the injustices. They're fighting against their brothers and sisters who are trying to survive just like them. Find a space where you can survive. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
That's it.
I'll come again.
Yes, yes, Empress. Floor is
Through the
open,
chair.
my lord.
Yeah, give thanks. It is, I don't know what's the word. It's so uncanny that the non-black, non-indigenous African spoke the most truth among the three um, speakers a while ago. If we're gonna be, unbiased, they all gave good information on a level, but the indigenous Africans were in denial of certain facts and realities. The non-indigenous person there, he gave you the realistic view or the realistic um, truth of what is really taking place because he spoke about the ANC. He spoke about the ANC becoming billionaires when funding was created to trickle down to the townships. Those funding didn't reach down to the townships. They were given to the elite ANC members. That is one of the situations, and why I and I can understand it if we are students of politics. It's the same thing in Jamaica, where I and I find I and I self marooned, from youth days till this Iowa. It's the same thing. The party that's in power, they do not lead the nation. They give benefits to their party supporters. So it is a partisanship that is causing some of the problem. I'm not saying all the problem, but a large portion of the problem is that partisanship that we embrace in politics. This two and three party system where they are competing for the little resources and they see their jobs as an opportunity to get into power, to become rich, to pilfer from the coffers, wherein what they should be seeking to do, because remember now, they are voted in by the people. It is government for the people, by the people. And instead of going in there and serving the people's needs, looking at the people's, listening first of all to the people's concerns and finding solutions to address them, they go in and they take the opportunity to rob. And that is happening across the board in the world. That's why politics, that's why even I and I as Rastafari refuse that word, politics, especially partisan politics, wherein we embrace governance because you must have a governing system. You must have a governing body to keep structure and order, or what we will have is chaos. But it has to be unbiased, it has to be equitable. And that is the problem in partisan politics. It is never equitable. When you go in the neighborhoods, let me use an example. Where the Haile Selassie High School is in Jamaica is a predominantly People's National Party constituency. The government that has been ruling for the longest while is the Jamaica Labour Party. Because of that, since they came into power, the population, the student population of Haile Selassie High School has fallen drastically. The school in itself gets no financial support. Other high schools in Jamaica, like the Jamaica College or the school I went to, Calabar High School, these have down to how they're funded. They have some of the most modern track for track and field. Their buildings are constantly upgraded. They add departments to the faculty, within a certain space of time, meaning that they add new curriculum, new um, topics, or new disciplines of study to their curriculum over time. The Haile Selassie High School doesn't get that kind of support. The party that's been in double figures of years right now. And it's just the other day when we had the Crown Prince of Ethiopia in attendance for an event at the high school that the Minister of Culture visited that school for the first time. Now, the politician that controls that constitution, the most she has done or they have done for the school is to put a little barrier on the sidewalk outside the school. Every other upgrade done to the school has been done by Rastafari and community activists. There is a beautiful wall not so long erected around the compound to secure it. That was marshaled by Country Farm, the brethren that owns Country Farm, which is a Rastafari, Ras Imo. Ras Imo organized that and got it done. And he used wisdom in getting it done, just like they said here, and I will end there, just like they said in the reasoning a while ago. When we come in and open up businesses in different countries, like, one's coming from Ghana and opening up business in South Africa, they don't include the indigenous South Africans. They bring in their own people to work and to benefit. That is one of the things that Dr. Arikana spoke about when she came to Jamaica 2 or so years ago. And we attended, most of I and I as Bobo attended that conference. She said the problem she had with Rastafari when she listened to I and I's idea or plan of coming home is that we want to come to Africa to create a new ecosystem. Instead of, as she said, instead of assimilating into the ecosystem that's there, meaning instead of uniting with those on the ground, those indigenous people that are there, see, and creating opportunities for both sides, we go in and we want to create a new ecosystem. We want to bring in, we're bridging them from Jamaica, we're bridging them from wherever as Rastafari. This is where I constantly admire our father, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, because as someone that sat at his foot when he was organizing the Gospel Bells mission, one of the things that he said to Ayman personally several times is that when we go in, whatever development we are doing, we must make sure that it serves the community that we are in. Meaning, if we're setting up business, employ the people that are there. If you're building a bridge, don't build a bridge that only you're going to use and you're going to benefit from. Build it in a position where the regional people, the people in your area, get service from it. If we take that type of mentality, it avoids some of this xenophobic action, because the people will not see us as foreigners. They will see us as part of their ecosystem. Again, I will have to use an example and I will stop there. The example of Honorable Priest Barrister Babo. He went into Ethiopia, ended up in Shashamane. And while in Shashamane, he realized that it was a lawless region. It was a region that was plagued by thieves, whatever. And like he said, I hear Honorable Empress Trisha repeat it several times. He said what he saw, the need that he saw, the development that he saw needed. He hung up his robe, rolled up his sleeves, and he got down in the dirty tough with the people. And today, no matter the other day when the whole xenophobia thing and all the tribal thing broke out in Ethiopia, the honorable was not threatened by it, none at all. Other races got all slap up and beat up, but they never come. The honorable priest was not threatened by that in no form because they have accepted him as one of them because he has acted like one of them. And our brethren from Kenya, Honorable Priest Jacob Ogundo, he said it in one of our discussions here, where he said, one of the problem with I and I coming home from the West, we don't know how to fit in, to assimilate into the place. We come in and we want to highlight ourselves, be a, you know, create a hierarchy. You understand? We are coming in, we might be coming in with a little, a little funds. Instead of buy your big car and certain things, look at where you're going to live. I'm not saying to live below a standard, but look at where you're going to live. And simultaneously, look at how you can address some of the needs in that area with the funds you're going in. Don't just look at it as setting up yourself and your personal ones with you. That is the thing. And when you attend the AU summits, one of the things that they speak about often and look to the diaspora for is that coming in and investing and helping to develop the infrastructure of the continent. So all of us can benefit from it. I will leave it there. Majesty.
My Lord.
We have a handout up also.
Who have a hand up?
Jamaica.
Okay, Honorable Mickey, Honorable Prophet Mickey, man.
Kind greetings to the one and all protocols of the God and goddesses. When we look at xenophobia, we need to look within ourselves, right? Sometime right close to us. Just I live here in the Bahamas where we deal with the xenophobia, the Haitian situation. I don't know how to islands them. But I and them fight against our own right here in the diaspora. And what we can take home. It's easy for an item to sit here and look at South Africa and see all the problems and everything we're going on and all the injustice. And it is a funny injustice where it's sometimes it's South Africans against South Africans, black South Africans, or they fighting their own government for rights. But in the time we hear with our brothers and sisters them from Haiti and we have the same fight, basically. And when I listen to the Caucasian professor, and he reasoned, but how do you, even if you put things into the law, that only works for the politician who got a pipeline of corruption. So it still doesn't help the people if you change the law. Because like we all say, the law is made for man, man for the law. So when the law is made for man, I mean, you could circumvent it, and that's what the politicians do to increase funds for themselves. But look at us as the people around who also, in a way, carry on that xenophobia, even if we don't know we doing it. Some of us say we have Haitian brothers and sisters, and we have friends, we have people, and we love who's Haitians, and in a second we say we towards xenophobic feeling, or we really still hold a xenophobic feeling towards them in time. And it might go between immigration, where we don't see ourselves as one because of a land mass. So I better than you, or like the professor say, for I and I, we leave and we go forward to other land for better opportunity. And if I have my place and my brother coming from the Bahamas, I let him stay with me. And then when the next one comes, and you look, we got 8 of us living in the house. Our bills are a lot lower than the common folks around us. So we could probably live better than a lot of them, even though we make a less salary because we foreigners, but because we together, our money go a lot longer. But the ones outside who are the people from that land, they see us as foreigners living better than them. So now they hate us because we are not from there. And we come for a better way of life. So we can live a better way of life when we, and that's how all foreigners, when they come from different lands into South Africa, they come for a better way of life. And they can live that better way of life if they find it there. But we don't see ourselves as one. So, I mean, there's a lot of points to this xenophobic agenda, but that's one of the things I would like to bring for item with us in ourselves to do a full reflection on ourselves so we don't take those same ways with us not knowing into the motherland or not overstanding when we reach there if it started to happen to us where it come from. Because if you know where it started from, the nuance of it, we could work towards understanding the people and feeling when we reach and changing it. And like the priest say, go in there to be a part of the system, not or be a part of their community, not go there to build our own community when we reach on the side of their community. So then we're not one.
Exactly.
We're not one. We have to be able to assimilate into their system. And the good thing about the assimilation they are looking for, where they going wrong, they expect us to show them the right and
True,
still
true.
stay within their system. And which one we could do and still live a righteous life and still live Emmanuel order, because that's what they're looking for. So we should be able to assimilate and still stay righteous and where we see wrong, correct it, because that's what they are asking for. I need them to come forward because we have that foresight because we were outside of the system coming into it. We know how little bit how to change it. We should be that bridge if we were to go to, but we can't be that bridge. We still have a little bit of that xenophobia in us towards our Asian brothers and sisters. Sometimes here in the Bahamas, we have it. You hear them, and you look at it, it's all about people coming from a different landmass and coming here, and the Bahamians think they live better than them. We live better than the Bahamians when they come here. Not so when the Jamaicans come here, when the Haitians come here, when the Filipinos come here, but they didn't come here to suffer because they only suffer. That's what they want. They come here to live better, and they do like we do when we go to other countries. So I land there, but I just say, within ourselves, we really need it. We should do the reflection in ourselves too, as we look forward to correcting the wrongs in Africa. So blessed love one another.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks for that. Yeah, man. Conscious talk.
We have another hand up.
Honorable Priest Earl. Honorable Priest Earl, hand is up.
Earl. Open your mic, Priest Earl.
Yes, royal family. I love what the virgin from Bahamas just say because no matter how you shuffle it there, it's set to blame one another. Right? Yes. You have to know where it starts, make it reach where it is, right? And we don't see even the alien. We know who is the alien, not the African. Because when all of these borders did really created, make it look like Africa is the alien monk. The African, you know what I mean? So we know it started out to the people who started, still living good. You understand, as alien, the European, the different Europeans. You see it? And who they divide up the continent. So no matter how you shuffle it will always benefit the white men. So we have to stop and rethink the whole thing. You see it? Yeah, so I glorify with the brethren say from Brahma, you know what I mean? Yeah, so even if it's the politician, the ANC, you're going to blame if you know why these people are struggling. And it's set, what the white world put in a house, right? If a man getting money, you know, or thing like that, you know, take care of him household first. And it maybe don't share right. So first of all, you have to get out, you know, the politics totally, you know, because this blame going to come down for I and I at all time. And the white men going stand aside like, you know, we are doing his work at all time. You know what I mean? Yes. So, you know, the alien is the people who come in and go and divide up the place. You know? Yes. So, you know, we have to, you know say Africa, you know, from Cape to Cairo, from Dakar to Djibouti. You know, we used to just look on the whole place as Ethiopia. You know, some place have gold, some place maybe have diamond and the different, you know, wealth. You know, and it used to just be one king of king, many kings, you know. So if that king of king did want some diamond or some gold, could have sent to different places and get it, you know. So this political Western type of way, directly have to get rid of that. You see, because, you know, it can blame the ANC, you know, and if you know why it's as the brethren say. We're not really going to a place to live worse than how we live in Jamaica. You know what I mean? Yet we still have to try our best, you know, to move with the people. You see? But, you know, remember, so we are still coming from somewhere, or we still want a better life anywhere we go, you know. So, you know, used to say Africa not really ready for us yet then. You know what I mean? Because even I and I go up there, because we see Liberia, had the same type of thing, those individuals who went over Liberia, you know what I mean? It ended up that way also. That these people who live from the west and go to Liberia live above the people. You know what I mean? Yes. And, you know, if you even check our foundation as Baba Shanti, right? The said injustice where we seen here. You know what I mean? Some people with us say, them don't move, them don't come from the Bloomfield yet, they meet the best. So anyway you find black people, you always find this amongst us, even amongst Rastaman too. You know, that Coral Garden incident and that money, you hear some individual still speak like some get the money and use it for their own benefit. So we have to bring it forward to that ancient way, you know, like our NIR has held a council. First of all, Africa, you know, use a council amongst them one another. They can even sit in council, you know what I mean, before we make any decision. So if we don't bring it forward there and get out the alien, because we know who is the alien who came there, you know, the white people, and we sure say they are not being attacked. You see it? And the people who are do the attack, you just say they are so wicked, but they are suffering also. They shouldn't be in attacking their one another. But the white men, they don't set it that way already, where it should look like the nether man from, you know, the nether part of Africa come and have a good business. And these people that you just say the local in South Africa, you know, just hand them out. So, you know, who you going to see? If you know why is your brother, you see, you know what I mean? And you're not looking up on the true alien who create the problem on Perfect Love Royal Family.
Yes, Honorable Priest, any
How's it
response?
going?
Right.
Yeah, well, in
Yes, you go.
regard, well,
One second,
let
Priest.
Priest Adigan go. Yeah, make Priest Adigan go, and then I'll come in after him if there's nobody else. Go ahead, Priest
Yeah.
Adigan.
1970. Blessed love my Lord and Empress.
Either.
Prince and Princess, God and Goddess, you know. Yeah, do give thanks for another moment of reasoning on this 25th of May, 2026. Going into an African Liberation Day, 25th of May, you know. Now it is 52 years since they said Kedamawi, Haile Selassie came off his throne, or so-called coup, or whatever they want to say. But in observing the emperor and his approach to things, under his watchmanship, Africa was coming to that United States. That's why he got the title Father of African Unity. Yes, respect and honor to Kwame Nkrumah, but it's our beloved Majesty, without being biased, is the mastermind between of most of the Pan-African sentiment you see going out in the world today. That is why he is called the father of African unity. Yeah, there were feudal systems and xenophobic systems even when he was on the throne, but he always had a system of quelling them. You understand? See, as a diplomat and ruler of his country, this man, when Mussolini and his people came and invaded, he, as the statesman himself, from the battlefield till into their parliamentary structure to plead justice for his people. But I know this man, Haile Selassie, make every African from any part of the continent come into his country, even by creating Ethiopian Airlines, which is the hub for all the African countries when it comes to flying. So His Majesty set the blueprint to go against his xenophobia. And you see, this is why a lot of leaders in there don't want a moralistic leader or a chosen leader to be like United States, have one leader, and if I want to move from state to state, he move. How ironic it is, an African gonna look on another African who come from the continent, but just another space, and call him foreigner. That is a deep colonial mindset. You see how the colonizers even get into the brains of the continental Africans, that they're looking at their brother and their sister and calling them foreigner. It's the same thing. I'm in England here, and you have the Europeans. They come over here, and you got the UK English people. They don't want to do nothing. And they start bawling out. Oh, those Polish, those Romanians, those gypsies, them European gypsies, coming over and getting our job. They don't want to do the jobs, you know. And these Europeans come over and do the jobs, and they start saying foreigner, but they're all European. They just don't come from England or the UK or Britain, whatever one of the terms you want to refer to this European entity and location. So for me, His Majesty is always my blueprint, what I go to. And Marcus Messiah Garvey. The Trinity, all of them, they're exceptional in their way, but you know, the reason why I bring up His Majesty on that level, when he created that OAU, that was his idea of a United States of Africa, the Organization of African Unity, now called the African Union. But it's a lie. That's what they call in the African Union, who don't even want to respect the sixth region and all these things, and talk about continental thing and reparations should be for continental. No. They don't represent what His Majesty created by African Union. That's fake, right? And they don't stand for nothing because they're supposed to be the head. They're supposed to be the one that intervenes, you know. The African Union is supposed to be the one, is supposed to be the police that comes up and says, no, what South Africa is doing is wrong, and it goes against humanity and human rights. But you see, they're just a puppet. Yes, the African Union as it stands is a puppet. Just like the United Nations as it stands is just fake. You understand? So, as far as I'm concerned, right, the powers that be just sit back and watch it. Cause look at the African Union. It's supposed to be a state of emergency, and they call a summit to address this. What's going on in South Africa, but they just kick back and let it go on and make we kill with one another. So, yeah, it's bigger than what we're seeing, you know? It's bigger than what we're seeing. You see it? It's not right. See? And I feel that South Africa should be taken to the Global Court of Law for treason against humanity. You know, for, what's the word? I can't remember the word. Abuse anyway, that's how I see it. You understand? Prejudice, discrimination against your own. You understand? They should be taken to the International African Court for them injustice against them own people. Because this is not right. And this really shows the stain of the
You kind of sounding low, you know, priest.
pardon me. This shows the inconsistencies of the African Union as it is, because they're supposed to be the ones that step in and speak and call summits and address the leaders of the countries who do these things, but they don't. They don't. So I think they're a part of the problem. The African Union is a big part of the problem, because they're not doing nothing. They're just there for show. Understand? They're just there for show, in my opinion. Anyway, just my few words, right? And let we all stand strong and know, say, our father was for African unity. He say, African, organize, unite. You know, that I talk some different way, but you know it go? Yeah? You hear the saying? Africans, organize, unite. You see it? So from we organize, we united. The man say, when Africa, righteous people come together, this is what his divine majesty Empire Selassie I teaches I and I. When Africa, righteous people, hear the word, you know, of course. Righteous, right, you know, man and woman of right kingdom. When Africa, righteous people come together, then the world come together. There's not a lot of righteous people sitting in the high seats in Africa right now. That's the problem too. Anyway, just my few words, you know. Give thanks for your patience and your attention, family. Bless it.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. Honorable Empress Akim.
Yes.
Yes, blessed love family. What everyone has said is so on point. You know, what I was thinking was, and one of the speakers said in the video, that it's systematic, you know. When I think about dividing and conquering. And I say this in all humbleness. And not just with xenophobia. Before I even knew what xenophobia was about, I think about self-destruction, you know, and there's a spirit of cowardness. And I say this in all humbleness. There's a spirit of cowardness that we have as a people, both here in the West and in the East, that when we are up against oppression, we don't have the power and the strength to unify and fight against the system. Instead, we fight and we kill one another. And I see that as being the primary issue. You know, when ones can come into a country and prosper and get businesses and get loans and get advantages, that is the liberty of the system that is allowing that. But ones who feel oppressed, yes, right? Ones who feel oppressed, instead of opening up their minds and say, okay, how is this happening? You know, there's a fear I think that ones have in stepping up and going against the system. So instead, they will point the finger at ones that look just like them. And that is still happening here in our own country. I see it all the time. You know, we'll take to the streets, but we'll kill one another. But as soon as there's time to organize and come together and go to meetings and conferences and, you know, things of that nature, you won't see us show up, you know. And I just wanted to make that point that we have to get out of this fear and get back the strength and the fight without even fighting, right? But coming together and using our minds to stand against the system, because again, their hands are behind their back. You know, it's sort of the system of slavery still that is running through our minds, that, you know, again, that divide and conquer, you know, set against those who have, against those who have not, you know, that don't have. And so when we can see and have an understanding of what's going on, we will really be able to come together and fight against these things. Xenophobia, it saddens me deeply, because I'm thinking, you know, we think about repatriation, And it's like, well, no, they're not ready for us. We're not ready for that, because if we go taking our monies from here and, we've worked hard for, and, you have the ability to go and do well in a country where our dollar values more, they're not going to look at it as, oh, these people have worked hard to be able to come over here. They're looking at, why are you coming here and you want to have an easier life when we're here and we can't eat in our own country? We can't feed our children. So those are the kind of things that we're up against. If we don't change the mindset and liberate our people, we're going to have this fight wherever we go. And so I just wanted to make that point. Bless it.
Give thanks to the chair when you get a chance.
Go ahead,
And
priest.
all right.
My Lord, yeah, bless. Yes,
We are,
Rastafari.
yes, I. We
Go ahead.
often, I am asking a question right now. When do we stop blaming the external forces for our internal problem?
Mm.
When is it that we are going to take accountability and responsibility? Because, that's what I often hear, and I'm hearing some of that sentiment,
Mm.
South Africa has been being ruled by black people. Let's just use that word, black people, since 1994. When do we stop saying it is the Boers and the Portuguese and the whoever that's the main issue of our problem? Now, we're not discounting what they left, the residual effect of what they left in us. We're not discounting that. But what we're looking at right now is that there is a African-centered government that should understand what suffering is, because they're coming out of apartheid. And they should understand what their people need. But instead, they create a similar hierarchy. So when is it that we are responsible for our destiny? Because it's time that we take some responsibility for what is reaching us to. That's why the Honorable Prophet Marcus Garvey said, emancipate yourself, from mental slavery. Because while others can free you from the temporal chains, only you can free your mind. And we have the opportunity to do that, to free our minds with knowledge. Now, the ANC has to be blamed. The ANC has to be blamed. Because you hear the evidence, you're listening to the evidence. There was monies that were assigned for local development of the townships. And those monies did not get to the people, but end up in certain guys' Swiss account and whatever account. Who is responsible for that? Who do we blame for that? It is the same leaders. Because what they are doing, they are going off of that selfish nature of themselves. They are not true leaders of their people. Now, Traore, the Honorable Captain Traore, in his second tenure, when he was ready to hand over to the local government to take over and the people requested him to take over, what did he do first? Him take a pay cut. What did he do? Him take a pay cut. And there are other Africans who have done that. Some of those first liberators in their second tenure and onward took pay cuts to make some of that funds trickle down to the development of them people. That's when you can see sincerity. See? instead of increasing their pay like I see the Jamaican politicians do, putting in a struggling country, putting in so for some exorbitant pay increase. It is time that we take responsibility for our destiny by being informed, understanding the 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 needs of the people and how to address those needs, and not see your civil service as an opportunity to enhance yourself, to self-aggrandize, seeing, which is what is happening globally. And to address xenophobia. Xenophobia is not just in African countries or black countries. Europe, majority of the countries in Europe have the same problem. It's not an isolated problem. They have the same problem when the Swedish are going over to Portugal and the whatever is going up. They have the same issues because the mindset of people is when people come from somewhere else and start to advance and prosper beyond the indigenous people, it causes a vibes. See? And the Honorable Empress Akim said it very eloquently. It is the government, it is the regulatory system that needs to keep those things in check. And that is what the professor, not the non-African professor, the other professor was saying, that the constitution of of South Africa needs to be amended. There are things in there that needs to be corrected for those kind of funding to trickle down to the development of the local townships. See? So we have to take responsibility too. You understand? There are external influences, trying to, lead things their way for their benefit. But we already know that. Which person of color don't know history and don't know what Europe is all about? We all know that. So when we get into power, we are supposed to work for our people. That's why the people voted for you. So you could come and work on their behalf and not just on your behalf and your clique. Majesty, back to the chair.
To the chair.
Yes,
I'm gonna ask a question from I guess another perspective. You have let's use South Africa, place with millions and millions of people who are living in substandard living conditions, we have people who don't have food to eat. Okay, they learn, they elevate themselves by learning and understanding and sharing knowledge, etc., etc. And the most that they can do is possibly clean up the areas that they are living in so that it doesn't look the way that it looks or whatever. But then there's people in power who still governs the way that those people are living. If you don't have someone who is going to be in power, how are they supposed to change their mentality or totally change their way of thinking? Question to you, Priest Rastavana.
Yes.
You understand what I'm asking? Because
yeah, man,
a lot of these
very
people are
pointed
living.
question.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just
very
saying
pointed.
this. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Very
Sorry.
pointed question. Yeah, man, very pointed question. That is exactly what we are saying. Now, it's the same thing in the West here, as Empress Akim said. Right here in the US, right here in the islands of Jamaica and other islands. All right. My bridge in here, Curly, Ross Curly, his father, Senator Goodley, was the head of the union in Jamaica. We were in Jamaica at one point and we went to have breakfast with him. And during the conversation at breakfast, he shared something with I, and I'm going to share it with the item. He said, when I was in college, when he was in college, among his peers, and he named a couple of the politicians that were in power at the time. And he said, the conversation among us all the while was what we were going to do for the island when we got our chance to be in a position of power. And he said, when he looked at them today, what he sees is that they have settled for driving a Pajero, which at the time was one of them $45,000 vehicle, and living above the people, not just in means, but he meant living on the hillsides in Beverly Hills and Cherry Gardens and those places, looking down at the majority of people. Meaning, what he was saying is that they lost the vision when they got into power. They became just like the people that they were talking about, that they were seeing at that time. When they got to that position, instead of doing what they said they would, serve the people, do for the people, they didn't. The one prime minister that we can speak on that you could see made a genuine effort to address the needs of the poor and the have-nots in Jamaica is Michael Manley. Why we say that? The programs that he instituted. He didn't just booze up the secondary education, meaning just the younger generation getting um, access to education. He created a program called Jamal, educating the older folks, those who couldn't read and so forth and so on. See, he created several programs that address the poor, that gave the poor tools to help themselves. That's what a government is supposed to do. But we are not getting that kind of government. So one of the issues, just yesterday, I had a great meeting here with an African brethren of I, Ras Heru. Enough ones may see him on the social media. And Heru made that same point where the only way that we can change things is to have a comprehensive education program. A comprehensive education program. So instead of advertising, pizza on TV and all those things, not saying that they shouldn't advertise the businesses, but we should have education advertisements as well. Education programs constantly on in our space where our people are being taught the reality of life. See? And we should be picking our leaders. If you're a leader, if you're a politician, if you're a local government representative, don't live in your neighborhood, why are you going to vote for him? Why are you going to vote for him? A politician, like in Jamaica, you have a politician coming from St. Elizabeth, but him seat where him have is in Kingston or in some other parish, but him don't live in that constituent. Why would you want him? He does not know your need. He don't know when you're dropping at the pothole and when water lock off and when electricity cut out. But if I'm living in your community with you, everything what affect you going to affect you. You understand? When the hurricane blow and rooftop blow off and all of that in that region, it affect him too.
But
When the road it affect him too. When there's a whole heap of thieving and things like that's plaguing the community, it affect him too. So part of our thing now is is to start to look at things pragmatically, seeing and elect like our father was. The Congress, as we declare, is a government within a government. Our father was training divine leaders, leaders that was centered by spiritual consciousness. That is some of what we need in our
But priest, I don't want
regional
to stop.
development.
I don't want to stop you, right? I pretty and I understand what you're saying, right? But if you're not in a position to help make the changes, then how do the changes trickle down to the people? Is what I'm asking, because you can
What do you
educate
mean by that?
somebody, you can
Mhm.
educate somebody from now into tomorrow. But if you don't have that person in the position to help that make changes for the larger body, how is it going to work?
I just
Because you
answered that.
can't depend,
Empress.
no, but you can't depend on other people to make changes for you. Let's look even at the Congress. Like you just said, we have government above government, and yes, the father was training these
No,
ones
not above government. Government within a government, not
in
above.
government, with government within a government. But if we cannot make the changes that affect Rastafari or Bowashanti, then how is our lives to change? Our standard of
You see,
living, our
I,
standard of living. And maybe I didn't
I,
hear it clearly.
well, that what you just say is not a good example because the Congress has no administration, so there is no way of changing anything without an
Well, I'm
administration.
just using right. I'm just using it as an
So
example.
let us go back to the governments that exist.
Mhm.
Empress, that is what we are saying. That is what I am saying. If we are, that's why I use the example of the Virgin's father. They were in college studying, and their whole current at the time was that when they get out and get into politics and get into power, they are going to do this and that and that and that and that for the community. But when they get there, they no longer have that drive or that, you know, aim.
Oh, that goal.
So that is not. It's not that we don't that we don't have people that have the ability and have the authority to make the changes. They just don't do it because they are not morally centered. That is the problem, you know. It's not that South Africa don't generate a good GDP, you know. It's not that they don't generate a good revenue annually, you know. But it is the partiality, the inequality of distribution of wealth globally in the world that cause suffering, that create poverty. If the wealth of the world was to be distributed in a equitable way, there would be much less suffering. And this is where what they call socialism as a principle comes in. And I remember Priest Himesy was suggesting that we look at those three um, economic, political ideologies. See, socialism states now that whatever revenue the state creates is to be divided and used for the people's development. What they attempt to do in socialism is to remove the hierarchy system, the caste system, which is that run things throughout the world, that caste system, where we saw socialism work a little bit. It wasn't given enough time to fully work. But the two countries we saw it working in is Venezuela and Libya under Hugo Chavez in Venezuela and under Gaddafi in Libya. Now,
And
let me
Cuba,
explain why.
and Cuba,
And
and
well,
Cuba.
Cuba, yes, but Cuba suffers. Cuba struggles a lot. Why I use those two countries is because at a point in time, those two countries were on point with the first world countries. Libya had had a great nuclear program. It's Gaddafi who yielded to the emperor's disarmament program and abandoned that capability, you know, because Libya could have nuclear today. Now, why I'm saying that socialism worked there well, because Cuba is a communist country, but socialism in Libya, Gaddafi, in his system, you have free education, free healthcare. Even when a couple is starting out life and get married, they get a stipend from the state during his tenure to help them start out in life. When you looked at Libya under Gaddafi, there's a saying in Libya, Gaddafi made the desert bloom. You look at the programs, look at during his time, the whole development there, you could see where the oil money was going. In Venezuela, it was the same thing. Under Hugo Chavez, even the American President Carter made that statement. When he visited Venezuela, you could see where the oil dollars was going. It's the corruption of the politics that brought down that system and external squabbles between the US and Venezuela. Same thing is the European allies who brought down Libya because the anti Gaddafi sentiment. Now, again, I will end with this. Gaddafi spent 300 million getting a communication satellite for Africa, where Africa didn't no longer had to piggyback off of Europe's communication system. He was in the middle of setting up a central bank of Africa backed by gold, not by the promissory note and some fictitious non value system, but backed by gold. And that is one of the reasons why they removed him, why they went at him so venomously, because he was threatening the European financial system. And the last thing I will say to that is that if we listen to Gaddafi's last real speech, man, that speech is a moving speech. He said, for 40 years I've been preaching, but it seems like I've been preaching in the wilderness. He said, I have stopped preaching Arabization and Arabism. I have been preaching Pan-Africanism. And he went on, if you read the speech, you will see all of the sentiment in there where he's telling his resident people to embrace the dark hue African, to make Africa's prosperity their primary focus. So he was not dealing with the Horn of Africa and the Islamic development in his latter days of his revolution. He was dealing with a Pan-African sentiment of creating the United States of Africa. He's one of the last leaders during that time where I man here spoke of Nkrumah's initiative, creating a United States of Africa. See? So it's the corruption of our politicians that is not serving us, Empress Trisha, and I hope that answers your question. Blessed.
Yes, blessed. Before we go to Priest Brown, I'd like to read some of the comments from the live chat. From the home office. Greetings and give thanks, farm workers. Question. People go to the city, but it's not their city. Anyhow, he doesn't live in a city. He doesn't know what other country have townships. He says the military protects the money system. People don't mix easily apart from speaking English. And some differences are noticeable. It depends on who is the working class. Imagine working for Mexicans. It goes on to say, do the right thing. Will you tap into the rural economy? And also domestic workers affect our demographics and how we live more when they are from foreign. The way it escalates to xenophobia seems like propaganda. He says outside his village is foreign brothers. So I guess I am a foreigner where I am. and some of them are Commonwealths. Let me see what else. That I guess others get shares in the capitalist corporations. And you need more political science and African history books and less Bible lectures. They never mention that migrants can practice hatred too.
That's a love, my
Right,
Lord.
sir.
Right there, something, yeah?
Hold on. You have two people hand up ahead of the item.
No, he was Priest Brown, Mama Lilime, and then Priest Brown, Mama Lilime, Priest Earl, and then Priest Aswad. So I just wanted to say what was being spoken of on the group chat, my Lord and Empress.
Yeah, and we have nothing to say about what they said. Yeah, everyone is testifying to their location and to their understanding of things. Give thanks for the input. Honorable Chair, does Priest Brown have the floor?
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Greetings to the Royal Council of Elders, brethren and empresses. Give thanks for a pleasant day of sweet communion. Beginning with the subject of xenophobia, something pricked me concerning religion. I think that's one of the reasons why enough Rastaman they burn the Bible. I never want to go take the Bible because religion, for me, is one of the things I must say is planted this disease of xenophobia in the hearts and mind of people. Yeah, because outside of the discipline that King Emmanuel taught us, how to comprehend, how to make the crooked straight and the dirty clean, and I would not be able to bring clarity from even the King James version. So that is what I come to me where this whole root as xenophobia begin. If you even go through enough of the readings of early books, Genesis, Exodus, well, to make a correction and to bring forth a change. I think that's why we have been called to the teachings of the Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. What I see this platform is attempting to do now is to set forth the principles that would guide such a change. That we break off from this up, where I say up and down thing. Today we go down, tomorrow we're broke off. Because we can establish a full economic platform to balance our spirituality that brings benefit to, as we say, fulfill the creed, sick, nourished, yet protected, and infants cared for. So what I'm learning from this is really the purpose, is even more our purpose and our cause, and the mission before us right now as a people, my Lord and Empress.
Valid point. Valid point. I'd love to address that later on. I'm writing it down, Priest Brown. Writing it down. Valid point. Honorable Mama Lily, my beloved sister, it's your time. Honorable Chair, where are you? Honorable Priest Imsy? Priest Imsy, you have guests today, so you're preoccupied by and large. We're not hearing you. You're not. Anyway, go, Mama Lily, it's your floor.
Blessed love to one and all. Blessed love, happy celebration. Give thanks for African Liberation Day, the OAU and the AU. I give thanks and glorify for all contributions on this platform. Israel Savannah, yes, I give thanks for you mentioning Michael Manley. I was in Jamaica at the time when he was in power. And I would also like to correct you that it was President Barack Obama and Foreign Minister Hillary Clinton that brought down the great liberator, Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. He was also one of the chairman of the OAU, along with Field Marshal Idi Amin, you know. And I give thanks and glorify for Steve Biko, you know. Peace Rastafari, you know, but Steve Biko, he was cultured by prophetess Amy Ashford Garvey, the great Pan-Africanist. When she went to England and took up a Pan-African movement, she cultured Steve Biko. And I give thanks to all the great liberators, you know, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Kwame Nkrumah, and Malcolm X, and even the great Winnie Mandela. And this is my celebration contribution, because I give thanks to John Mickey, who say the Bahamas, you know, we experienced that with the Haitians and the Jamaicans, and you know, and I give thanks and glorify for. In some places, it's more terrible because I live in Jamaica for nearly 20 years, and you know, I only experienced it when the authorities came up on the hill. But among the regular people in the country, you know, there's not much racism against the people that is not from Jamaica. And it's the same thing here in Ethiopia. You know, I give thanks and glorify for each and every one contribution. And give thanks for all the great liberators, you know, and even the liberators, because all of us are liberators, even the great Priest Earl, you know, and Priest Rastavana and Priest Joseph and Priest Aswad and Empress Trisha, and I even see Empress Miriam on the program tonight. Yes, she did. Yes. Great liberators, man and woman liberators, you know, because when we stand up, Priest Adigan, I love your speech, you know. Priest Brown on point. Empress Akim, you know. All words of right, you know. And let us continue on our liberation, you know. Because when we stand up for right, you know, and live to laws and commandments, you know, and want to see our government run right, although it's not up and running now, but we know say it have to come into fruition, you know, because, you know, the EABIC, we stand governmental, parliamentary, churchical, statical, and sabbatical, you know. We give thanks for the three, you know, Godheads that come, you know, and show us and give us the blueprint, you know, for liberation, you know. And I give thanks and glorify for each and every one. And I would like to say happy celebration, African Liberation Day, you know, coming up tomorrow. I'm going to be celebrating. Empress Cindy, peace and love, Empress Devon, peace and love, Empress Cindy, sister Dion, Empress Trisha. I give thanks and glorify for all my sisters, you know, and the liberation movement, Empress Deborah. I give thanks. Will make us continue to, you know, to stand up, you know. Peace and happy, just come on, happy Liberation Day. Peace, Earl, peace and love. Peace, Aimsley, Zoom, user. Happy African Liberation Day. Give thanks for Steve Biko. Give thanks for Mama Winnie Mandela. Give thanks to all, the Black liberators in America, Malcolm X and Mother Moses who had the underground, and even the Gabbiites. Amy takes Gabby and Mary McLeod and great liberators, man. I'm celebrating all the liberators. Give thanks and glorify. Happy celebration to one and all. Holy Manuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, blessed love.
Give thanks. Thanks, Mama Lily. Give thanks. And you are certainly right. It was under Barack Obama's tenure that Gaddafi was murdered. Yes, moving right along. I think Priest Earl is the next one up. Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes, I'll take the floor, but to the honorable priest as well, don't speak yet, another speaker, wait till him finish. Hello.
Listen. Honorable philosopher, Priest Oswald, my lord.
Blessed love, my Lord and Majesty. Well, I'm kind of busy because I'm trying to prepare something. But first, I would like to know did we greet the Earth Strong Man, the Honorable Chairman, on his birthday? My Lord.
Yeah, well, if you're posing that and you're looking for me to answer, no, I
You're doing
didn't
so,
make an.
honorable priest.
No, I
You're
wasn't
doing
here
so.
all the time, so I don't know what took place. I just came on. So that's why I'm
No,
asking. So I would
no,
like you all
we
to know
didn't
yesterday
officially.
and today, you have 2 birthdays and we are celebrating it. So I'm behind the kitchen doing a little work. So I'd like us to give him a big salute to the Royal Chairman on the 71st Earth Strong. He carried 2 days, the 24th and the 23rd. His brain's so big, they have to give him 2 bird paper, it looked like. But I just wanted to say that today is Earth Strong and we should greet him for that day. And everybody who don't know, now you all know. But concerning the facts of the matter, what we are talking about now, concerning what is going on with how we approach when we go into Africa and what is the method we should use, because we are to base on truth and they don't base on truth. Most of the things we are going into governments, they are still fighting with themselves. And they have a lot of defamatory, incomplete, misleading, slander type. So for us to just go up in there just so it is going to be a terrible thing. It's going to be tough. But we have to go and we have to face the truth because we have common differences and we have to get consent. We have to be privileged and we have to study the statute of limitations because most of the time they have their aspects of telling you something that might be falsely required to them. So that we can't just go straight up and say, we can't get no right because we don't have the rights we get in is indigenous rights. As Rasta, they don't even see us, although we are identified in Ethiopia as a tribe. So the emperor brought everything to Ethiopia, basically to bring that dominance to the people. And in your home court, they have a very good advantage. So he was a very, very intelligent, intimidating king of kings because he knew how to strategize. He had his way out. His method that he went through with first when he went to the OAU was great because that was, at the time, necessary. But the man from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, his plan was the better plan. This is just me saying it. For the time I have seen what is going on today, his plan would have been better. We wasn't ready for it. So Emperor Selassie went for the finances. So he went straight to the head of the Europeans. He went to penetrate them because he know they're trying to disseminate Africa and destroy it. So he went into them because his strategy was, I will get some benefits and some back from them. And they promised it, but they never did. OAU never did anything. That's why they are supposed to be dismantled and the AU came about now. So we have to stand strong and we have to build ourselves on economics. We have to build our economic stability so much that we can talk then. Because without finances, we can't talk. We can't compete. We can't send a delegation. So I just don't want to sound like just a money thing I'm talking about. I'm just talking about we have to set our guidelines to be truthful and our statements to be truth and clear and unambiguous. Meaning keep to mind the statements that they are using technicality on us. In a true way, they are still defamatory because they are trying to keep us from competing. So I think we need to work on our professionalism, our economics, plenty right now. Going hard. I'm going on a mission. I'm on a mission right now too. I'm just one man, and we have to do a lot of collective things. But when I look at the system of things, how the world operates, although the beginning of civilization, each country varied from time to time, and there were fundamental factors which give the country, some countries awakening, some of them embark on different roads and different privileges. But what are we going with? What are we going to present? That's what we must study. What we are going there, what are we going to do? And these are the things that we are talking are wrong, but we need to get together and really press some talk. But I think without finances, it's hard for us to get together, regardless of there's no split, It's just, as we say, socialism. And we organize ourselves and socialize. Look like in Holland, they use marijuana for social engineering. So people wouldn't go to higher drugs. They will stay and they get the highest grade of marijuana, so you could go to different levels within the same content. So they would keep it a gateway where you never enter the gate to go into heroin and morphine and different things, because one thing leads to the other. And when your dopamine are weary, certain things will not even get you high. So we have to use socialism to mentally and know that we are truthfully doing what we have to do, and we are honestly capable of doing it. But we have to get together as heads and show some argument amongst each other. What is the plans are we going home with? How are they going to recognize I and I? We have to come with a difference. We have to come with we have to understand our past difficulties, the things that we create our fundamental guidance, which is the pride of what's coming and in the coming generation. Therefore, we're doing this not for ourselves. We urge the people to struggle, to make sacrifices, to do these things, so that will enable us to eliminate ourselves with the conditions so that we can have a richer life and a heritage. So we must do common things and satisfactory that we could do, because we have so much talent. It's so much brilliant. All of the man them wiser than Priest Rashavana, Priest Ainsley, Priest Brown, and Priest Trisha. I with my little soft little self could think that we have to go with something. We have to come with a plan. We have to get together. I mean, Priest Rashavana always lead the way in his administrative ability, and he is so versed with his diverse among the people he deals with, because he's a caregiver. He cares about everyone. He don't care about what they say about him and the negativity. So we have to come together. This is my little saying. We have to come together with some plans that we are going to be going. I feel like I have the money by that time. I don't want to talk too fast for a delegation to go, for a big team. I would like to stay home here and watch the team go, because I know we are all brilliant. But we have to practice our professionalism. And Patricia, you is going to be on that team too. I don't know. I can make a selection of who I think should be right to go together. He's Brown, he's a government man. His father, his uncle was close to King Emmanuel. That's why he's like that. So we have to study individuals and their appearance and what they could come up with. Priest Dreadcraft is a good one too. Our first cousin of Marcus Garvey. Not just because of that, but because of the ability to do things similar. But we have to do it different, and we have to be more aggressive. We have to
Give
step
thanks.
out from where we are. We are too stagnated and do what we have to do. My Lord and Majesty. I will come on again. I'm trying to cook.
Thanks.
I can't do a million things one time. But happy earth strong to the right honorable chairman, peace and desire, and most high, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Love to one and all.
Honorable Priest Earl, and then Empress Deborah.
Yes, my lord, I love to be very different, Sometimes it may seem not the right approach, but when I look for even Michael Manley, how would it make him feel? Was not the CIA, When you look for Kennedy, what did make him feel? When you look for even Gaddafi with all the money and all the gold, what did make him feel? So as the honorable priest said, a different approach, right? Sometimes we don't make the approach to make we not feel, but it set us. Set like no matter the approach that we take, it set that we feel even if we have the most money, you know what I mean? The system, even if you say you put it away and not going to work with this system, because this system does set us to fail, no matter the approach that we make, because we see many come and fail, even the great Gaddafi, right? Because the system does set, that we must fail, even if we're not going to work with, the system that set, the best schooling, we see many get the best schooling, and when them go into the system, them still fail, you know what I mean? The CIA did Michael, you remember those old people, what you call them, eating time ones, and these people could not even escape, just to make Michael Manley see him as a failure, right? So I'm not going to say I have the total thing to make it work, but just like one would have say money, but you will have all the money, because God they have everything there, and the CIA still make him fail. So really and truly, I see that the foundation was said, we can't build upon it. The foundation that are in front of us, no matter how you spin it around, it does set for us to feel that means that when I talk and when another man talk, it still seems like a politics, because preachers maybe don't want to blame, the ANC, right? But I just so it said, you know what I mean? For either me I blame the man there because the little money that they give to him, the ANC, you know, the best plan could not solve the problem neither, because Gaddafi never get no money, as individual that say, when I want to get married, right? Something was provided for him. You know what I mean? The, you know, whether schooling, to build a house, I have the best system, and yet it still fail. So even the best planning amongst us, if we know why it's still just barely essential, because the system set fear and I to feel no matter what we say we are doing here. So we have to just even say if you think out of the box, and when you still think out of the box, it's still failure, because individual go to the best schooling and have the best idea. You know what I mean? And it still come forward a failure. You know, we see them prison Marcus Garvey with the best ideas, and it still come forward a failure. We see the emperor, you know what I mean? Have the best ideas, and we still, in a situation like no matter what we are doing, it is just barely essential. Yes, my Lord and Empress. On there.
Yes, Majesty. Empress Deborah.
Yes, blessed love, blessed night of love, my Lord and Empresses. Give thanks for the reasoning, give thanks for the liberation moving through, and give thanks, try not to be too long, honor and respect my Lord. So, you know, this xenophobia thing is like, I could only talk from the perspective of I being on the land. So, I think people are, the diasporas are being, well, Africans also, and that goes to diaspora also. It's being targeted because sometimes we could be a little selfish, you know, like, you know, once we're making money and we come to Africa and make money, we have to give back to the locals, because from where I am, I heard people speak about it, and they do watch, they do talk, and you know, we have to give back. So, and another thing, if we kind of come in the right way, we need, if we planning to come in, we have to focus on our legal status, right? And just be like business ventures, and we have to learn, like, you have to study the country. Some places are unrest because of tribal, whatever, politics. And we have to know how to keep a low profile when these things are happening. So, you know, Africa has its own problems, civil and so on. So, and the next thing also, we can, you know, learn the language from now. We could get the book, start learn up the language, because it will, you know, it kind of helps.
Good talk.
And, you know, when we are doing businesses, tradings and works and so on, we have to do it legally. So, being here also, we get to know our neighbors. You know, some of we come and we live a kind of way. Get to know your neighbors, because sometimes it's them how to defend you, you know, in around here. So we have to help to create jobs, and because, you know, we have the know-how. We have the know-how. So I'm speaking in terms of being here. I'm seeing what's happening. I can tell you, they really need us. We mightn't understand that, but, you know, they need us. So, and then we have the know-how, so we have to work together, you know. So we could blame the governments for the problems, you know, that we see going on, unemployments and unrest and all these things. So seeing all of that, we have to just try to integrate, you know. Integration is the key. So I see a God around here. His name is Honorable Priest Isaac. I'm really admiring him, because I'm seeing him. He's laying a foundation, a solid one, really solid, because he's integrating. And he has many programs, and he's getting respect. And he's a good one to have as ambassador, because I don't see another one reaching out in terms of reaching out to the Ethiopians. You know, he's doing a good job. So it's a foundation he's laying. So he has a children spelling bee competition, among many other things. Tourism, he's working with the government, you know, lots of things. So we don't have to recreate, we just have to learn that uniting, you know. So as long as you know, we know that things is really tough in Africa, you know, and I know that Africa is awakening, and they're trying to focus more now on protecting their resources against these world bullies, you know. As we see what they did in Venezuela, a man could just come in and take what you have. So, you know, Africans are waking up, and they're watching. We're watching world news, they're watching, and we see that there's a scramble going on, Trump meeting with whoever, you know, it's resources, and you know, hopefully Africa don't get back into this colonization mindset, which they can do it, because Africa have, after they done scramble and fight, they come into Africa, because Africa have the technology that this new system is willing to support their technological world. Africa has the resource. So the African leaders, you know, we blame them because they should promote sovereignty instead of dependency, you know. So as we as Bobo, we, you know, as Rastas and, you know, God-fearing people, we could come in and assist the people with the know-how, because believe me, we have that know-how, right? And in terms of education, because you know our whole people could die because of the lack of what? Education is the key, you know? So Africa waits its creations, and Africa is for the Africans, those at home and abroad, you know? So I need, they just need to know that well, we as a matter of fact, we need to know that Africa will get past all of these things, because as we see these AOs and whatever you call them, AU or whatever organizations, they are the ones who is going to bring in the new world order. They are the Babylon, you know, and it's the same thing everywhere in the world, everywhere. So as Rasta, we can make a difference, you know. We can make a difference, you know, with our brothers and sisters here in Africa. They really do need our inputs, because, you know, it's just deal with the mind, and you have to come in to understand it. So a chain to me is as, how to say, strong as its weakest link or something like that. Yeah, so let's help to build, especially I and I as Bobo. You know, we are the ones who has the blessings, as the brethren mentioned, so that the hungry be fed, the infant cared for, etc., etc. We are to set that example in this world stage in this time, you know, home and abroad. So remember too, I hear the brethren be talking about the governments. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers in high places. So some of these world leaders, they actually don't have a soul. We don't know what we deal with, you know. So self-reliance is the key, because they're just taking the world into a certain place, and it's not everybody you see have a soul, you understand? So the Empress asked, how can we help and make that change? Only education could do that, because that will save our people, and the people need it. They have it, yes, but you know, we are trained. So in terms of like employment counseling, training programs, hygiene, kitchen, spiritual teaching, whatever, once we invest in these needed areas, finance is not all. It's, you know, it's a survival, but and you know, it's not really the key. You know, we just need that sustainability, because money is going out, you know. So in closing, we must stop depending on these governments, because to me, them is the true AI. They talk about alien and they give people these superficials looking up for alien. They are the aliens, you know? So, yeah, because they're selling out the continent, they're selling out the resources, the land, everything is, you know, and the people is feeling it. So give thanks for these few words, my Lord and Empresses. Heart of love, give thanks and praise. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Heart of love.
To the chair.
Mama.
My Lord, when it's my time to speak, please tell me, please.
Honorable Empress Akima had her hand up, but I know that she will defer to the eye because we haven't heard from the eye yet. So the eye can take the floor, Mama.
Oh, give thanks, Honorable Priest. And give thanks, Royal Family, for another day of reasoning. Great teaching going through. Heart of celebration, you know. To each and every one that are on the platform today. Yeah, my Lord. When I listen to what everyone have to say, I ask myself, and I'm asking the question, simple question. Would this world would be better without politics? Or I'll phrase it this way. If politics never be inexistent within the world, would it be different? Would it be better? Would we have this war, fighting, killing? Because for me, here in Jamaica, politics is what caused the fighting amongst each other. As Sister Deborah said, the leaders, some of them, they have no soul. They have no love in their heart for humanity, for people. What they have is for themselves, to enrich themselves. You know? You understand? Become millionaires, to sit down, on Black people. Take for instance, last year we have this terrible storm called Melissa, right, family? And people from all over the world send their contribution to help, the people them who were suffering to that devastation time. And up to now, I don't think 3%, 3% of the people get anything yet. People is still here suffering, don't have anywhere to live, and yet millions and billions of dollars come into the country. The amount of aid will come from all over for the people, yet still here suffering. People crying, don't have anywhere to live. What do you think? If politics never take over the world, this world that God has created would be in a better place? Family, would it be better? That's the question come to me. And I said, let me share it and see if I can get some positive answers, if you want to, But right now, the government, they are evil, they are wicked, right, amongst the people. You know what going on Jamaica right now? Hey, the police, the government set the police up on the young men them, right? When I say all of them, are evil ones. But they're killing out all the good ones them too. Hey, they even shooting women now, right? Anyhow, my background is nice. Please give me the answer.
Yes, Mama. Well, I will attempt to answer you when the opportunity arises. Um, Royal Empress Kim, the floor is yours.
Blessed love, royal family. Before I say what I was initially going to say, I will address Mama Maisie. Politics in the way that we have experienced it has been the downfall, because righteous ones don't take the seat or haven't had the opportunity to take the seat. Mama Lily Mae, mentioned, we fight not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness in high places and principalities, and that's what we are fighting against. But when we really come together as a people, and the shoulders that we stand on, we have stood on, our ancestors, and then now our shoulders, when we start building that, the kingdom on earth really and truly, then we'll do away with some of these evils that we deal with. And what I think as far as politics is that we can't do without it, because it has to be, a form of government. The issue is just righteousness is not present in our leadership. And so that's why we have the issue. But in faith, I truly believe that will change. All we have is our faith and our works, and we just have to continue to move forward. And the leaders are among us, ones who we reason with every day. Every Sunday, I would say, amongst I and I, have the power, have the righteousness, that to lead, and when I think about our younger ones, the ability, the tenacity, the strength, the willingness is there. It's just that we have to get back our fight as a people, that if we don't stand for something, we will fall. We will fall. We have to be willing to lose our lives for the things that we're up against. And that's scary, right? Sometimes we have that fear. It's normal, but when the evil comes to knock on your door, what will we do? And if we don't stand up, that will one day happen. So I wanted to mention that, but I also wanted to address Empress Trisha question about how are we going to make change if we don't have the power to do so? And I truly believe that we do. And it doesn't have to be in violence. We don't come up together enough. I think about in whether it's near or far in our own communities, ones who are in Bahamas, ones who are in St. Croix, ones who are here in the States, ones who are in Jamaica. We can come together and have groundation on a regular basis, not just when there's a big celebration, but on a regular basis, to come together and reason and, have Nyabingi and bring others in from the community. That's where we're going to start organizing and really coming together. Empress Trisha shared a video on the Council of Elders page, where in Bahamas, a peaceful organization or protest was about to happen, but the police pushed them away, tell them to keep going down the street, just disregarding their peaceful intent to come together. And those are the kind of things that we're up against as a people, but that doesn't mean that we stop, And I also want to bring up the protest that the Buddhists were doing when they were going from state to state to state. I look at that and I'm like, why was that so impactful? They weren't loud, they weren't boisterous, they were just walking barefoot. It's the sacrifice that they made to walk in the cold, in the snow, that caught the attention of the masses, and I think to myself, what would that look like to have our brothers and our sisters come together in peaceful protest in the community, where ones can come and sit and trust and believe. There's many ones who are concerned, who sit in their homes and they cry and they weep and they're fearful about what is happening in our community. Empress Maisie just mentioned about what's happening in Jamaica with the police. That is traumatizing. To see that our own people are taking innocent lives, but again, I don't want to go on a rant, but so much is going in my head right now. But Empress Trish, to answer your question, we need to come together more. We don't have to be sitting amongst the the system to be heard. We can do it outside of our own doorstep. We can come together in our own communities. We're not being seen enough. We need to have more groundation. We're here on the social media page, but there's more that we can reach if we just do it in our communities. So I just wanted to lift that up. I think that we have the answers, but there's so much going on that it's hard for us to really sit with ourselves and really plan, and really organize. But we have the answers. We have the answers. We just have to do it. We have the foundation where maybe once every quarter or maybe once a year there's a celebration or coming together that we have. That will be the start. You know, say if it's, I'm just throwing out. I was there May 1st, that would have been a beautiful time for ones to be together, to just come together and even offer the community to come and to talk about what is burdening you, what is on your heart, what are you concerned about? Will we need, the press there? It's possible, but we have our own devices. We have Priest Jermaine who has his skills at recording. If we want, what we say and what we share to get out, but we have the answers. We just have to make time and space. We have also, it's time to use Bobo Hill, Jano. It is time to use the beautiful and sacred space to come together, Blessed love.
Give thanks, Empress Akim. Honorable Priest Ainsley, I see you, I don't know if it's you, but whoever you
My
have to the
Lord,
hand up.
Empress. Pardon, my Lord, me kind of knock out there for a moment out.
No problem, Priest. We're there,
It's
hold it
like,
together.
yeah, me went to bed like late this morning. But listening to what I'm hearing, okay, one of the things I noticed, even with our movements forward to the motherland, is that we don't communicate with each other. So we finding ourselves in Africa in different places, very, very far apart from each other. So I find if we in the future we go, but some man, me know a man, amongst man and man, him check the man them all Tuesday and Thursday him go in Africa and him never even show no one until them reach over there, So we not communicate, we don't have that comradeship with one another. If we on that move there, we put up a map of Africa and we choose area, just do our research on the area. As the one of the members was talking to say, when we in our movements forward, we must make our presence in any community in Africa, the standard of living must uplift. We must upgrade the standard of living through our presence, and this can be done individually. So if we pick an area, find out, do our research on the area, and so more than 2 and 3 are we in that area there. First, we strive the strength of each other because pick up this psychological picture. Yeah, which part we is right now. We have we auntie, we uncle, even though we might not have no close relationship with them, but we have a sense of relative of family. When we touch in Africa and you sit up in your house, you don't have no already know you, but the man who you and he come over Africa together, that's where the strength is, or they need to be in close proximity. Because I see that defeating a lot of brethren. A couple of brethren over there, one is 11 hours away from one, and next one, how much hours away from one? A whole day just to check a one. So it limit we linking up together. And as I say, we do projects. That means before we go, we don't know what we're going to do, what that area really needs. And then just, we could upgrade that area. If it's to say solar, if it's to say some water treatment, let us use the privilege and the availability of technology, what we are wrong here in the West. And when we reach forward, So when the people them start to say, why when the Rasta man them come, them upgrade we live it, you know. Them man make we live better. So them now start to agitate in the government to say, on them find a way to bring we brothers and sisters home. Because when they come home, we living better. Because another way they so it's a welcoming because I want you might have a disparity between the Africans abroad and Africans who born in the land. There is a disparity amongst us. So more communication, and as I say, you know, I want to feel good to know say, but when the man come in, they make things better. Yeah, them come in with something, so we straighten back each other. You know that way. So let me some of the ways I see we improve. Empress Akim, yeah, what you're saying there is true. But we also have to, you know, we can't beat up ourselves too much. Because look, for instance, I just doing exactly what you're saying there. And April 18th, 19th, when we rise the 60th anniversary visit of His Majesty in Trinidad, who came here first. And I kind of figure, in my little eyesight, I understand the okay. When Selassie come Jamaica, him see Rastafari out of himself, you know. Cause you see how much Rasta and you know the man them rip up the red carpet, you know, and everything. In Trinidad it was different. But he saw Rastafari in I because 7 years to 10 years after he visited Trinidad, all the little youths who was waving to His Majesty, they see we in ourselves when we didn't even know ourselves. When he reach Jamaica, he see himself out of himself because the people them they Rastafari publish. You know that way? All right. We rise that thing ample what is the word I'm looking for? Ample pre-reasoning about it. The people that knew it was going on. We tried to make it reach all over. And it was so relatively few came. You can't beat the people them to come. We could do what we can do, so we can do what we can do and feel assured, well, you know, we're doing our best. We mightn't get the expected results, but maybe we can start. Usually, we did planning to do something for African Liberation Day today, but due to the lack of funds and the smallness of the group who willing to do something, it couldn't even be done. And you say, okay, Trinidad have a beautiful real estate in the camp. But for the past 3 months going on 4, it is have no celebration, no service, period. No service. The 18th of April, the day His Majesty came to Trinidad was on a Sabbath day. They didn't even have service. What are you going to do? Now they're fighting me down at a service angel, but they're not having service. So the harvest is ripe, but the laborers are few, you know? So we could only do what we can do and just be consistent, you know, and have a heart of endurance to know, say, you put out your best, but you will get your less. Because, and we just have to move, go through, and be continuing what we're doing here. So, because we mobilizing ourselves here on this platform diligently, consistently, that is good. And we could only do but so much, you know. We could only do but so much, my Lord. Because there's not to be too long-winded, but there's a kind of a out there where the Council of Elders is not the EABIC. It's like they're trying to make the Council of Elders an entity by itself. And I say, no, we are members of the Congress. It's not an entity by itself. We are members of the Congress, and we are concerned members of the Congress. And we see the Congress was headed into spiraling downwards. And to our love for the Congress, we decided, you know what, let me come together and reason. My Lord, waiting. And this is how the Council of Elders was end up forming. And if we have the confidence and say, Jah is in us all, then it must have been His Majesty Emperor Selassie, King Emmanuel Marcus Garvey, that inspire us to come together and try to save, salvage what we see going on. So these are the little twos and views. Pardon me, my Lord, I kind of did knock out total, but I love how Honorable Priest Savannah, I didn't even have to explain it. That is the kind of unity and gumptious and consistency and endurance we must have. Pardon me, my long-winded speaking, my Lord. I hope what I say resonates somewhere in our reasoning. My Lord and Empress. Bless it.
Happy Earth Strong
Honorable Chair,
presents.
Honorable Chair, one second, Mama Lily. 1 second, Mama Lily. Honorable Chair, before you move, it was brought to our attention that this is your Earth Light Weekend.
My Lord.
I would like to extend a happy Earth Light to the eye, and hope the eye live to see many, many more, and especially within the presence of I, because the eye brings that brotherly love, that caring nature, and that consciousness to I midst. See, my Lord, so I is better for having walked with the eye throughout this time. And say I and the eye walk from Philadelphia, so it's been a joy and a privilege to have walked with the eye and to continue to walk with the eye, my Lord. So happy Earth Strong to the eye. Blessed
Give
love.
thanks, my Lord.
Honorable Priest,
Honorable
Honorable
Empress
Chairman, hey,
Rasta.
love and blessing to you, my brother. Happy Earth Strong to you, Honorable Priest. Enjoy your day. Give thanks to Priest Ainsley, who's coming from them time until this time. No matter the fight, Priest will never give up. More strength and power to you, Honorable Priest. And may you live to see many, many, many more beautiful Earth Strong priests. We continue to be strong, and continue to guide the councils of elders. We love you, Priest Ainsley. And may God continue to bless you, my Lord, and shine his face upon you, priest, and guide and protect you. Out of love and blessing, priest. Happy Earth Strong, priest. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hooray! Hip, hooray! Happy Earth Strong, priest Ainsley. Love you, my brother.
Rastafari. Give thanks,
Earth.
Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Priest.
That's of my Lord.
Honorable
Priest Ainsley. Majesty,
Honorable Empress
give
Lily.
thanks. Give
Honorable
thanks
Empress
for
Lily.
today, Give thanks for the eve of African Liberation Day and the eye for fall in such structure of history, So give thanks, for such day, many more days. Give thanks for life, more love, Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie, yeah? Rastafari.
Now back to the chair. Empress Lily is calling for the floor a long time now. Mama Lily. Mama Lily.
I'm making the tribute go through. Don't do it. Empress Trisha.
That's all right.
Is that a cake in the corner there?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I would love to have my peace and Zion, please, for tomorrow. Please, may the Lord bless you and keep you on. This is a beautiful picture here.
Rastafari.
For all blessing and all blessed, my Lord.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress, Empress Lily, me.
Yeah, man, we two away, I see him.
Selassie.
That's Mama Lily.
Yes, family.
Love, Mama Miriam.
Love, dear.
Yes, family. Honorable Priest Jermaine. Honorable Priest Jermaine, I heard your voice coming in. Did you want to address the floor, my Lord?
Yes, my Lord, give thanks same way for yet another blessed and beautiful and bountiful day. Holy Emmanuel I. Celestia is God. Rastafari. Yes, greeted.
Hold
That might be
Let's
preacher
All right.
just,
early.
let's just say that is for
What?
pre-science. That is for pre-science. That's
Oh,
for
for
pre-science.
precisely, okay.
Big up pre-science. Big up pre-science. Yes.
Yeah, I love precisely. That they bang that. You bang
Vuvuzela.
that? You
Vuvuzela.
bang that?
Vuvuzela.
Yeah, yeah,
And you
yeah.
bang that?
Preach Jermaine.
Yes,
Tilapia.
sir. Preach Jermaine. Yes,
Rastafari.
Lord, my Lord. Sorry
Yes,
for the
my
interruption.
lord. It's all right. It's all good.
Chano.
All
I
right.
would not pre-sale. I pre-sale.
No, and a priest early mic now open. Is whoever have the mic open. But anyway, now it's Honorable Priest Jermaine's floor.
I did I. Holy Emmanuel I bless Ija, Rastafari. I give thanks yet, my Lord and Empress, for yet another blessed and beautiful day. Give thanks to you for the celebration coming forward. I just want to even bless up the honorable priest I am the same way too. For his earth strong, my Lord. And I have many more, many more to come. With him blessings and love, and I send to the eye. Yes, my Lord. Yes,
My,
honorable. I just wanted to do that
you
same with
know,
you.
All right, give
Honorable.
thanks.
Give thanks.
give
All right.
thanks, praise.
Yes,
We
sir.
will return forward to our reasoning, xenophobia. I want to attempt to answer Mama Miriam's question, about if there was no politics, if the world would be better. Mama Miriam, whether we can
And
call it
praise,
politics.
praise, Pratabana, before you put your point, I wanted to say one thing on that, so I want to cloud you. Politics was always around human beings. Politics is policy making. The white will come and turn politics into a wickedness. But if you look before that, we had policies, we had governing structures, we had administration. So politics is always going to be there where humans are. We have politics right on this platform. So it's something, but the white world weaponize politics. My lord, pardon, go ahead.
Yes, my lord. Yes, Mama Miriam. Yeah, no matter what name we want to apply to it, because in other cultures it have different names and different references. But it is not the name, it is not it's coming like um religion. Religion initially, as His Majesty said, was created as a moral compass for humanity. But because of the tampering with it, the weaponizing, as the priest just said, weaponizing of it, it has become, corrupted. Well, it's the same thing with governance, with politics. It has become partisan, and meaning it divides the people to rule the people. It lies to the people because a politician is a poly liar. You know what I mean? So if we can, the key to the solution is to have morally centered people in positions of authority. If we have morally centered people who, their administration is based on ethical values, then we will, not saying the problems going to go away, that's not going to just wipe the problems away and we're going to be in utopia. But we would be able to see progressive development being achieved. But because we don't have morally centered people, we have trained liars, trained politicians, because that is what trained politicians are. They are versed in political science and economy, economics and stuff like that. But it is about achieving for self. It is not about cooperative economics, which is what Priest Imsey was alluding to in his speech. If we can come together and use that process of cooperative economics, pooling our twos and fews, as the Honorable Chair always said, together, our one cocoa, we full up the basket. and then now using that basket that is filled to invest into things that benefit the collective and not just the self, you know. And we are not um, eliminating the fact that each individual first have to be iron at themselves, have to be iron at them space before they can address ironies universally. Seeing? So a person first have to be successful as a person to help success within the collective. Seeing? That is just a common sense understanding. But when you have reached that place of knowledge where you can, you know, manipulate thrift, don't just manipulate it for self, manipulate it that all who can benefits from it. When we have people that are thinking constantly, not just at a moment in time, but constantly on that level, then we will see tangible change. Another thing that I would like to address, two other things. One is the religion that the Honorable Priest Brown spoke of, which is a valid point. Seeing, because family, oftentimes we say we are not religious, we burn religion and all of that. But our mindset, our thought process, and our belief is based on the whole concept of religion. Seeing, which again was a reasoning that I and the Honorable Virgin that came to check I and I yesterday on the Sabbath, Raseru, brought up, because he's a multi genius, that Virgin. He studied law. He's a successful businessman that invests in the continent. His family is part of the Ghana government because he was born, he born in Ghana. His aunt is an MP. His uncle is a major politician there. So he does a lot of work on the ground among the people as a ras. See, saying all that to say, it's a thing that he spoke about, the concept of this whole religion. And the discussion even went to that point where I and I as races keep saying we are non-religious, but our profile is religious. Because if we base everything of our life on the Bible, and we based everything of our life within what individuals from past times say, how are we revolutionary? Because a revolutionary minded person thinks in the here and now and has a say. And that is one thing that King Emmanuel even himself taught us. Like him say, one's always saying what John said, what Peter said, what Jeremiah and Isaiah said. But what the I say? The I them never say. He taught us to think for self. But most of us never really get that lesson because of the alternative cultures that existed within that moment. See, the Father was building leaders, not followers, leaders. And a leader has to think for his or herself and then sit within the communion of the collective and listen to what the other gods and goddesses are saying, are thinking, are presenting, and then now within self be able to identify the best approach, the best ideology, the best philosophy that serves the most good of the most people. And that is where we lack in this whole thing of politics, where Mama Miriam asked about. And that is where we fall short in just being purely religious. Now, we are not opposing spirituality, because spirituality is what centers you morally. It is what elevates your conscious mind. It is religion. What is religion? Religion is the interpretation of people, of how they see the realm of God and how they use that understanding to control the development of other people. It is a control mechanism, just like colonialism. As a matter of fact, it is a part of the whole colonial process. Again, another reasoning we had yesterday. The first set of ones that came into Africa um, before the transatlantic slave trade started were what we call the missionary mercenaries. They came as missionaries, but they were really mercenaries. They were sent by their governments to infiltrate our liberty and to mash it up. If ones want to understand the principle of it, read a book by Chinua Achebe called, called Things Fall Apart. He's an African who wrote about how we came to be enslaved, how the great societies of the continent of Africa met its demise. And that is what they did. The missionary mercenaries came in and they separated off the people, divided and ruled. So it's way before Willie Lynch. We apply it to Willie Lynch, but it's way before Willie Lynch. They came in and what they did. You see, the chief's son, the king's son, the high priest's son, and daughters, they took them one side and then they taught them that your ancestral traditions are pagan, they are hedonistic. No, depart from them. This is the way. See, and because they showed progress, because they had a science that we did not understand, it seemed like they had something special. Just like right now in the world, because Europe is the dominant um, union within the world, people would want to look at Europe as having the most advanced development when they don't. Everything that Europe is because of Africa. The achievements of Europe could not have happened without the continent of Africa. So the reality of it is, for politics, we need morally centered people. In regards to religion, yes, Honorable Priest Brown, it has been one of our demise. Jamaica has more churches per square mile than most places according to the folklore. So if that stands true, what has it done for Jamaica? Held it back. That's all it did. Held back the people because you're spending most of your time on the knees. You're taught that that is worship and you're worshiping the creator. You're giving, whatever to the creator. When did the creator require that of us? Did he say that man must spend its time on the knees, giving whatever to him? Or what was the purpose of humans coming on earth? What is the central purpose of humanity? If it is not to demystify knowledge, to achieve knowledge and understanding, because the prophecy itself tell you that of all things gain understanding. How do you gain understanding? Through knowledge. How do you achieve knowledge? You have to go out and have experiences. But if we spend majority of our time on our knees in the religious practice, then when do we get that chance when our lifetime is a very short tenure? 75 years as the average then in this time. So we can see that right there, so there is something wrong. See? Now, the final thing I would like to address is the concept that we hold about the AU. We can't look at the AU with that negativity that we are, because the emperor set up that for a reason. He did not see any greater process of bringing the United States of Africa. He also endorsed the UN, as much as we know that the UN, the majority of the power within the UN resides with the colonial countries. He still saw a World Security Council as being the optimum in keeping civility, in keeping things civilized, because it's a medium, a forum in which all countries can come and state their problems, can work out their problems without dropping the bomb, without sending soldiers on the ground. That is the process that the emperor was trying to eliminate, the whole disarmament um, concept that he was a mastermind behind, and the peaceful negotiations of issues. During his time, he mediated several border skirmishes within Africa and brought peace. Even in how we organized the OAU with the three blocks, the Monrovia, the Casablanca, and the Brazzaville blocks, who at the time were of three different mindsets. Monrovia, led by Nkrumah, and the other two. And he had to use strategy, mastermind strategy, to bring them to the table to get the 33 freed nations at that time united to form the OAU. And what was the main ingredient of getting them together? Showing them how together, sitting at a table, they can work out their development in a much more achievable way than just in their little blocks and with their little ideologies. Sitting at one table, everyone would be able to put their ideology on the table. They would be able to dissect it, analyze it, discern it, and come up with what the best approach is. And out of that, the Nkrumah approach became the most popular, the most pragmatic of all the ideologies, the United States of Africa, because they saw that together we are strong. Together we can come together and lock out the colonial powers that are trying to manipulate us. See, but as individual nation states, we can be easily infiltrated. They can use different means to bring us to our knees, whether it is economics, religion, whatever. So these are things that we have to look at and not just look at the surface of it. See, the AU is not perfect. We're not saying it's perfect, just like the UN is not perfect. But until we have a better institution that can replace it, just like when the OAU became obsolete, defunct, they had to give it a facelift and rename it the African Union. It's the same thing. The League of Nations became defunct and they had to give it a facelift, the United Nations, because the principle on which they are founded is what is the key. The principle, until we can identify a greater principle, saying that we can set up an institution on, we have to work with those institutions to make them better, to make them service vehicles of the people's interests and the people's development. Yes, family. Mama Lily, I see your hand up. Is this a recent? Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead,
praise the
Mama.
Lord, my Lord. I give thanks for that reasoning you just said about the OAU. I give thanks and glorify, for the three blocks, the Casablanca and the other two
Monroe.
blocks. And His Majesty was supposed to go to a foreign country on a visit. And in Morocco and Tunisia had a disagreement upon the Sahara Desert. And His Majesty postponed his visit and went to Morocco and mediate a settlement, and he did not leave until they came to agreement, my Lord. I just give
True.
thanks for that great liberation. Blessed love.
Give thanks, Mama, as a well-versed historian. Give thanks for that because you just um gave us a piece of factual history. When you heard me say a while ago that he mediated several border skirmishes, that is one of them that I was referring to. So give thanks that I come in and add yours, the body to the whole topic of discussion. Honorable Priest, I'm the Honorable Chair. Is it? Yes,
Majesty
my
bless
lord.
my Lord. And
Yes, Lord.
one of the principles that Empress Selassie come with, collective security for surety, was that same principle what made Ethiopia first became part of the League of Nations. And then after they failed in their mission because their position paper, they failed it because they were saying when one nation aggressively attack the next one, we're going to sanction that nation, so they can't do that. So they fail, and then the the United Nations, of which Jai is a co-founder, was formed under the said premise that while we could see he took it a step further to form the OAU in 1963. And we read last year what he went through in order to get it to make it be that the way how it went. Now we see the longevity of President Nkrumah plan, where we see in this time it come like that is the plan what really we for implement now. So His Majesty always think about collective security, and through the God Almighty, and there's natural way when I think about it for the whole world, collective security for surety. So it's that premise. So the white world fail again, because we see how the United Nations partial and all these things there. So just bring the organization OAU, which morph into the AU. So the premise of collective security is what His Majesty stands on. My Lord and Empress. Bless.
Honorable Chair, say, in a sense, the UN don't fail because of the UN that vote that was done on the 25th of March 2026.
Yes. Yeah. All right.
The
Yes,
law right now, the universal law is that the transatlantic slave trade is a is a grievous crime against humanity. And if the UN wasn't there and the General Assembly didn't choose to make that vote, because remember now, United States tried to stop that vote,
Right.
Seeing Argentina tried to stop that vote, Seeing several of the European countries tried to stop the vote, not just to vote against it, but try to impede it that it did not go through because they knew by their, what I'm calling them, the CIA, the intelligence agencies, they
Yeah.
already knew that majority of the developing countries would have voted for the language because they
Yes,
attended
ma'am.
the Durban conference. Yeah, they attended the 2003 Durban conference and they knew what the general sentiment. Yes, the other country was Israel. Israel tried to stop it as well. But because it went through, the vote was done because the even though those superpowers tried to do what they tried to do, the majority voted for the referendum and it went
So,
through.
so the
It is now
process
a law.
worked.
Yes, it is now a law. It is now
Ah,
written in the books that that and that opens the door for our initiative of repatriation that falls
that's
under reparation. Now
yes,
it
sir.
is a legal matter. It puts it in the legal framework. That is
Okay.
what it has done, put it in the legal framework. So even though we know so them is hypocrite, we know what their whole aim is, the father understood the principle. You can fight certain things,
Yeah.
but that principle of right, that principle of truth, we always say it,
Yes.
the victory of good over evil. The
Rastafari.
vic- yes, and we
Rastafari.
saw that on the 25th of May this year. We saw the victory of good over evil. So
My
now,
Lord. Give thanks.
the rest of the world, when we stand up anywhere as Rastafari and we talk about reparations or repatriation, they can no longer scoff at us. Those people in Jamaica that used to mock and jeer us can no longer mock and jeer us because
Because
we
it's
stand on,
recognized.
yes, we stand on a premise of law today. See? So it works. And it's the same thing with the AU. Ones want to say the AU is a social club, and I don't disagree with them on a certain level. But they were saying that the AU is not doing anything. The AU have a bill right now on the table to address xenophobia. To address xenophobia. As a matter of fact, them putting pressure on the South African government to change, amend their constitution and their law. See, that's why South Africa is amending. They have not amended the constitution yet, but they are creating laws and ordinances to fight against that kind of discrimination. So sometimes, the good is slow in coming, and a lot has to be put out to bring it to bear. But the victory is always going to be there of good over evil. Because if that principle of science is not indelible, then we are doomed as humankind. We are doomed. If the Almighty Creator did not make that an indelible principle, that no matter how long it takes, good must overcome evil, then why are we doing what we do? Why are we priests? Why are we, why does our office, the oath of our office defines that we make the crooked straight and we stand up for good no matter what? Because that victory is the only real victory that is assured. We just don't know when we're going to get the justice, but the justice is coming. And right now, when we look, we see repatriation is a reality right now. It's on the table. Years ago, it's only Rasta used that word. It's only Rastafari used that word years ago. It's only Rastafari um along with the Honorable Prophet Marcus Messiah Garvey, spoke about a Back to Africa program. The Black Americans, the majority of Black American heroes in America, sought 5 states of America as their utopia, as their compensation and all of that. They were not talking about back to Africa. They were talking about gaining 5 states of Africa, of America, where they could develop themselves as a separate entity. See, it was only Garvey who came, and when he came, W.E.B. Du Bois and others, intellectuals, scoffed at him, called him the banana boat man, until they saw the reality, until the vision came to them. When they saw that, yes, I went to college, I achieved higher education, I am able to function as an attorney and whatever, but it hasn't changed the discrimination that I and my people face. Marcus Garvey said it, no matter what we do in the West, especially in America, the black man will never get the justice that he's seeking. It is only when we return from whence we came and make Africa great again will we achieve that justice that we seek. It's only when Africa becomes empowered, Honorable Priest Adigan said it in his talk, until Africa's righteous people come together and make Africa great again. Then when we sit at the table, we will be dealt with as equals or even an advanced race of people. See? So, it's about the principle sometimes. It's not just about how the immediate outcome may look, because the race is not for the swift, but those who can endure. Blessed love. Mama Lily, you have your hand up.
Yes, blessed love. I'd just love to say that Dada King Emmanuel Charles Edwards always tell us we must be kind to strangers because we don't know who's gonna bring our freedom, redemption, international repatriation and give us. You ever hear that saying?
Yes, Mama.
Okay.
I
I like to take
I
the top. Go
I even
ahead.
hear him. I even hear him refer to it in the sense of him say, if you're going down King Street and a madman coming up, and you hear him tell you say, both come. Are you going to ignore him or are you going to go check? That means
Yeah,
say
but check, oh, yeah, but check.
that yeah, you understand? So even the madman have him say is what he has taught us. Even a madman, don't discount him. As long as him talking something that is meaningful, don't discount him. Go ahead, Mama.
And there's a next saying, that he say, Marcus Garvey, I think, said this one, that if you see a black man rise up to be a leader, even if John Crawford, take him as a leader. He's a black man. You hear that one?
Yes,
Right.
yeah.
Because we don't know,
To the chair. To the chair.
we entertain angels unaware, Mama, which is the
I pray thee.
reality.
I pray thee.
Yes, my lord. 1 second. 1 second, please. 1 second. Yes, Mama Lily, that is a factual statement you're making because we entertain angels unaware. That's why the man said, don't be partial them way. They don't look down on people. Not because him in a tattered garment or him not speaking as eloquent as others. You don't know who is going to manifest themselves into that great liberator, that great savior. Honorable Priest Adigan.
Blessed love. To me hear the Empress from I come a Jew same school, I hear that same reasoning about Leon Crawford. Who exactly is Leon Crawford? And what was his
That's
work?
my question. That was my question. That was my question.
Right, because I go make a statement to say even if it's Leon Crawford, so I would like to know of his works and what he did in order to what's it called, embrace such a statement coming from the general, if the general really said that.
Could I say
But
something?
from my come a
Because
Jerusalem schoolroom, I hear that same reason, even if it's Leon Crawford. And I have never, in my historical journey and research, I have never come across that name or none of him works.
Honorable Priest Earl, do you have something to add to that? Can you answer that question?
Yes. I think Leon Crawford was an individual who them scorn whether him they have some fussy, but as a black man, that's why it referred to Leon Crawford. I don't know if him they have money before or something like that, but as a black man, yes. The high man always mention this thing here. That's why even when we get invited to Pinnacle, I did still go because through that word, even Leon Crawford. So as a great work where Powell did, I still go up there and give them the honor through this word, even Leon Crawford take him to our, God and King, because the black man without apology is the God and the King, also the black woman, is our heaven that we came from, one perfect love.
And Mama Lily, you brought up a name earlier, Steve Biko. Steve Biko. And Steve Biko, one of his comrades, one of his brethren in arms, was another brethren called Chris Annie. Chris Annie was another brethren. Like the two of them, they were comrades. They were supposed to be the future leaders of South Africa. But because of their ideology, they were both murdered. Chris Annie was murdered in front of his little 13-year-old daughter, right at his gate as he was pulling in, And while Steve Biko was the intellectual, Chris Annie was the military side of him. Chris Annie was the one that was that was training the AMC military arm to fight against apartheid. He was also an intellectual, but he chose the military aspect of it. He wasn't just the intellect that was organizing and mobilizing the people. He was also showing them how to defend themselves as a military body. See, so those two names tend to get ignored in our African
Yes,
history,
the
but
liberation. Yes, my lord.
yes, but they are very important in
Very important.
especially in the toppling of the apartheid system in South Africa. So
Yes.
give thanks for the I bring up that name then. Jano.
To my lord.
Yes, family. Any like make we round up the comments because as the time is coming down. Any everyone can come chime in now and give them them wrap up statements and comments. It's been a very informative conversation hearing from all of the ones. I love how the item is thinking, and I love that everybody is voicing out from their own perspective, and not regurgitating, a lot of, because a lot of times there's nothing wrong in repeating, things that are right. Don't misunderstand me. But one of the training of a priest and something I often reason about and highlight, and I want to highlight it here. You're on the altar because the altar is supposed to be a pulpit, as well as your political podium. You're supposed to educate the people from the altar, not just on one aspect of life. Seeing? So even when you're reading a book, when you get a book to read and we read a book, it is not about coming and repeating what was just read in the book verbatim, meaning just as it was read. It is about interpreting it for the congregation, giving them it in the simplest manner, but in the most realistic manner. You understand? The Sermon on the Mount. It's not just about gathering the people and telling them what he told the people, but it is also showing you the concept that when a people is suffering and in need and hungry, you first have to address those situations before you can bring the other aspect to them, which is the God aspect. Because before the people would listen to him, he had to feed them. When them belly was filled, now they sat and they listened to every word that he said. Now, you're reading that book and you're reading the Beatitudes and stuff. It's not to regurgitate. We must learn to interpret, see, meaning using your own intellect. Because everyone at I and I possess an intellect. As long as you're human, it develops at different levels. So not all of us going to be at the same level of intellect or intellectual understanding, but we all have an intellect. And even if you explain it in your simplistic terms, speak from the heart. The man said, open your mouth and you will fill it with words. That's what he means. We tend to interpret all of these things just religiously, but we have to sometimes be broader than that. Open your mouth and he will fill it with words. You read something and you want to share it with the congregation. You want to share it with this platform here. You don't come and we can all go read what you just read, but do we all understand it the same way? No. So you come now and you break it down, and you give it in the narrative of what I and I will understand, because sometimes whether it is the Bible narrative or you're reading a book on politics or a history book, it can be a little bit, confusing, a little bit. They might use words that are not familiar to I and I everyday language. So it is for the priest now to be able to break those things down for the congregation, that even the little youth, the little child that is within that congregation can understand it. See, this is how we study to be approved, family. See, and then we share it. And today, that I love it. Today I hear the item, each and every one. speak from their inner being. From their inner being. I didn't hear many quotes from our heroes. And like I said, not wrong with that. But it's more meaningful when I and I hear each other speak from the heart. The floor is open for any closing statements, any additions to what was said.
To the chair?
Yes, Mama Miriam.
Yeah. Honorable Preacher Savannah, give thanks. You have reason to teach us today a lot. I really do give thanks, for all words of right that was said today, all everyone that, put out their point, We got it, man. But all we have to do now, what can we do, you know, as I'm thinking, how can we, make a difference? You see, as Rastafari family. You see, because when I look at it, back into the days, Rastafari was more stronger within themselves. Now they are well educated, you see, and they are doing, more things. But the elder rest of them, they stand to what they believe in.
True,
And
Mama.
they never find themselves involved, with the government or anything with the society. They never find themselves mixing in politics or ray and all of that, as what we see now. You understand? So I said, what can we do? What can we do as Rastafari family? Not only Baba Shanti alone, but the whole entire fraternity Rastafari to make a difference. How can we stand out to the world to show them we are the peacemaker, right? But as their Babalika saying, say, not until everyone come to the conference table,
Mm,
to reason and to have dialogue
mm,
before
exactly.
nothing can be solved. And I
Yeah.
feel that now is the time, for I and I to really draw more closer, and see our best, we can. I give thanks to the Congress. I give thanks to the Congress. Because if it was not for the Congress that are formed, in 1958, we would not be together today, having a
True.
reason. You
Here,
understand?
here. Here,
Yeah.
here.
And
Here,
then
here.
we come back again. If it was not for the council, was formed 3 years ago by the Honorable Priest Advar, to give the elders a voice to speak and to direct and to fix. We would not be here neither today into this dialogue. So I give thanks. I really, really give thanks for all of us who are present, all of the sisters, them, and the brethren, them, and give thanks to Priest Savannah. You have done a lot today. I really, really give thanks, Honorable Priest. More strength and power upon the man, as you continue to direct with history, knowledge, and understanding. God bless you all. Blessed Lord.
Just royal chair. Could I
Ubuntu.
say my final two piece?
Hold on, priest. You have several hands up right now. So and you are gonna close it with a prayer as usual, so you can say your piece when that
All
moment
right,
comes.
good thanks.
Honorable Priest Imsy, your hand was up first. Then Honorable Empress Akim, then Honorable Priest Adigan. And I haven't heard
Press.
from the Honorable Assistant Co-Chair, Priest Sevens.
Okay.
I don't even get a little sound from him yet. I'd
You
love
want
to
to
get
be
a sound.
busy. You want to be
Yeah,
busy
I
down
know,
there.
say him good busy, but even a
Yeah.
little song, and I would have loved get from him before we close off.
Well,
But Honorable Priest Hines, go ahead.
yeah. Empress Maisie, we
My
are
Lord?
making a difference just by what we are doing. And we
Yes,
have to have that confidence in ourselves. We could only do but so much. One of
yes.
the ways I could see we making a difference. Remember earlier on, I think we put it even in the constitution wherein we should not just have the Bible on the altar, but we should have at least the philosophy or opinions of Marcus Garvey, and we ought to have also speeches of His Majesty. That alone, because I
Honorable,
get some words
Honorable,
some on
Honorable Priest. Honorable Priest,
Yeah.
I don't cut you, but I just wanted to interject this as I said that before you move. The father had endorsed that. That is something I know because we asked him. That is how I and I started to use the philosophy and opinion of Marcus Garvey at the
Right.
Miami when we had it, and also the Quebra Negas and the selected speeches of His Majesty because the father had endorsed them. Give thanks. Go
Right.
ahead, Honorable.
So, because the other day I get a clearance on how Marcus Garvey and to explain why it seemed like he had turned against the emperor. And we saw it was, he did feel a kind of way in himself because he was shunned, but it wasn't the emperor shunning, it was the people that were around the emperor that shun him. And he never get an audience with the king, and he write letter and he never get a reply, and he felt that way. And he started leak out in papers about 3 times, and then after that he totally get leak out against the emperor. But as we say, it was so mystical. 1941, when the emperor returned to Ethiopia, Marcus Garvey passed away before that happened. But we saw when the emperor went to Jamaica, one of the first things him say, he wanted to lay a wreath at the tomb of the patriarch, Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. So it has enough clearances where these are some of the clearances we can be given also on the altar so that we understand the dynamics, because Marcus Garvey was a human being, just like all of us, and he just felt shunned after he and the emperor did have connection as far back as Saudi too. We understood, wrote a letter to Marcus. So, when we open our minds these ways, we can explain a thing to them, or even the congregation more proper. So people don't have no little thing they could fling on after we and make me feel away because of lack of information. And I want to say, I give thanks and I give praises to all the acclamation, the birthday acclamation, the item gave one. The item make me feel special, and I have improved so much in myself as a human being, first and foremost, and as a Rastafari, Bobo Shanti priest, since fellowshipping with the item on the Elder Council. I have got now more clearer picture in myself where I could tell my grandchildren them a more clearer picture of this black redemption, this black repatriation, this black revival that is inevitable. See, it's right around the corner. So, and I just want to say, enough respect to the Council of Elders. Keep up the good works. We are doing what we do. We are making a difference, Empress Maisie. We are. You know what I mean? Even so certain people might want to say things, we stimulating the mind. We making our one think. You know what I mean? And that's the greatest we can do. So again, give thanks, Council of Elders, my beloved brothers and sisters in Christ. I love you all forever and 7 days. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Before I let go, Empress Akim, I want to add, you always open up some door. The Emperor wrote the UNIA a letter in
Yeah,
1920.
yeah,
Yes,
priest, yeah, priest. Go ahead, go
wrote,
ahead.
yes, wrote the UNIA a letter, seeing and endorsing their work that they were doing, organizing and mobilizing Black people, African people that were dispersed around the world. So that is an endorsement right there. The second thing I want to say is, even when Marcus Garvey was disagreeing with the position of the emperor, the one thing that proved his genuinity is that he never stopped supporting the initiative of the emperor during exile, during that moment, that 5 years of exile. The UNIA, under Marcus Garvey's leadership, never stopped sending support. They sent boots, um, army boots for the revolutionaries. They sent financial support. They sent support in many forms, and he never stopped until the UNIA was no more a force. Just before he died in 1940s when he succumbed, he did not see the return of the emperor to say that it paid off. But right up to the very end, UNIA under his leadership never stopped. And remember, when the war broke out, it was most the UNIA members that were lining up to sign up to go and fight in Ethiopia beside the emperor. It is the government of the US and the government in different regions that made laws against their citizens going to fight in Ethiopia. See, a lot of the UNIA was all over the world. And if you look about true history and look for it for yourselves, there were lines of people. I have pictures that I
Yeah.
have come across with
Trinidad
lines of
too.
signing up to go and fight against
Yeah.
beside the emperor against the Italians. See? So that support was never withheld. And that's why when the emperor came in 66, that was the first national hero that he acknowledged. So give thanks for that statement, Honorable Chair.
My Lord.
Empress,
Blessed.
Empress Akim, the floor is yours.
Yes, blessed. I just wanted to make a few remarks after what Empress Maisie said, and I don't want it to seem as if I know oftentimes I don't really voice my stance on repatriation. It's really a no-brainer that that is the final destination that I for myself and my family. But I realize too, and I understand what the ancestors are saying to us, that Africa looks to us, to the African living here in the West. They look to us for many things, and we have to think about it even with the influence of music, fashion, all those things. They're looking to us here to stand together and organize, centralize, come together to really fight against oppression. And we cannot downplay, like Mama Maisie said, what are we doing? Because they're looking to us. Although we're looking home, right? Ones are looking to us to be more liberated, to be more unified. So we cannot downplay our impact that we have as an African living in the West for those who are really trying to free themselves up. And so, Empress Maisie, I hear you in that. What is it that we're going to do? What is it that we can do? What? And I also give thanks for the Council of Elders. I come here and I'm motivated every Sunday. You know, I'm more liberated because I hear the teachings of others who are still trying this liberty and learning and have sense to teach. But we have to be seen. And I say that to myself. I don't come on, I go on social media. Oftentimes I don't watch television, but I go on social media to gain knowledge and to get more information, because I don't watch the news. I hardly ever turn on my television, and that's something I need to, but it bothers my spirit so much to see a lot of the foolishness that's going on. So it's sort of like a way for me to protect my spirit. But I come here and I'm fed. I give thanks for that. But I also would ask the elders who have connections with both Shanti prophets, the young firemen, who are out here, connect them, encourage them to be more active in the community. I think that is the purpose of the elders. Y'all have done the work. You're still doing the work, but the groundwork that needs to be done needs to be the young ones. Even if it's just being seen, gathering in the community. It's being done, right? It's happening, but can it be more of it? Because the Easters they're looking to us. They always have, in so many ways. Like I said, fashion, music, liberation, knowledge, you know? So I just wanted to lift that up, give thanks.
Yes, Empress Akim, and you're so right because it is the liberation struggle began, well, put it this way, the mobilization and the formalization of the liberation struggle began here in the West. It, I'm not, I don't want to discount certain things because our ancestors fought from the interior to the coast and on the slave ship to be free. Even when they got here, they fought to be free. But since emancipation, it is the Western liberators that have did the most work towards liberation, towards mobilizing the people, organizing the people. See, and now what is left to I and I, which is what I hear you, the sentiment I'm getting from you, is for us to now centralize the people. His Majesty gave that mandate to us. He said, organize and centralize. Even as Rastafari, we have organized, but we are yet to centralize. We have tried many organizations. The most recent is the RMO, but we have not been successful across the board because we are still struggling with the colonial mindset that I am better than you. My organization or my movement is better than you. I and I as Bobo better than the Bingi, better than the this and better than the that. We still struggle with that colonial mindset. See, we still misunderstand the statement that says that we, the people, are above all organizations. We have the members of the ABIC. It doesn't say, it doesn't mean, the interpretation of it does not mean that we are better than the people and above them. It means that the standard that we are held to, the standard that we set for ourselves as a group, as an entity, is the highest of standard. If others can mesh up to it, then more power to them, and we are united. But our Father set the highest of standards within His time for I and I as His group of people, His followers. While others were setting their standards in different areas, He held to that moral high ground, that ethical high ground. See, and that is what that statement means. It does not mean that we are better than anyone because we are all equal. Every living human possess the God particle within them. That is what makes us get up and move, speak, learn, and do all that we do as humans. It is the spirit, that God particle, and we all possess it. Even every living organism on a different level. As the saying goes, we are the highest creation because we have been given intellect and discernment, free will. But we all, as humans, are equal in the sight of the Creator, the Most High. Holy Emmanuel, I, Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Priest Adigan, your moment.
Yes,
Priest
do
Adigan?
give
Yes,
yes,
sir.
my Lord and Empress, our blessing. Yeah. I man give thanks for this reasoning, cause I man did see it did happen already, and when them I remember when I did remember about the killings and all of these things, and I says for the scramble of Africa, kidnapping of the land, kidnapping of everything. And them really do a job on our people in Azania, you know, the original name for South Africa. They really done a job on them that. You know? That's why me say His Majesty was the ultimate because the man welcome all to Ethiopia. Right about now, I think you have about 5 Somalian villages in Ethiopia. And I meet some of the people them who have family linked to those villages in Nottingham where I live here in the UK, you know? So, like we say, I, as an individual, make sure I try to keep my link with those people on the continent, wherever they may be. You know, so I have many brethren I try to link with in the continent, independent of the Congress and independence of Rastafari persons in particular, you know?
True, my lord. Priest? Honorable Priest? I don't know if it's ILO.
It seems like his sound went out.
Yeah, because okay, give thanks is not me alone. Okay, give thanks. Honorable Ras Levi, I want to block out a sound there I would be free, you know, my lord. You know, because I've been on this from the beginning and, you know, they also have a say. So if they want to speak, you know, and block any sound, then I would be free, honorable.
Yeah, give thanks for the reasoning. In terms of the topic, xenophobia, ones have to know that, you know, even that word sound is xenophobia.
Can hardly hear you.
Let me make sure that ones can hear I better.
Yeah,
yes, a little better,
so
yeah.
In terms of xenophobia, just to know that that definitely exists, not just in South Africa. It exists all over. They just label it different names. They just have different words sound for it, you know. And the strategy of divide and conquer is a method that they have used throughout history, you know, throughout the years. So I feel like those are the things that's happening on the ground there. They're just at this time focused on it because you know how the media does do. They're gonna focus on it, they're gonna label it, and they're gonna shake their heads at it. At the same time, you know, it's a what's happening in South Africa is basically happened here in America, same way. You know what I mean? You have ones who live in the same community, ones fighting each other, killing each other. You know, so solutions. Uh, I think an educated population
True.
is harder to control, you know, and I feel like, you know, education with the example from His Majesty and him being such an advocate for education. Education is the key, but the population has not been educated. The population has been has government education, and that because that's what's happening here in America. That's the reason the youth still fighting each other. That's the reason you still have, you know, what they call black on black crime or Crips and Bloods or whoever they find these different ways to just divide you. You know, so give thanks. Give thanks for the reasoning, and I give thanks for the ones. Yes, I Rastafari.
Give thanks, my brother. Give thanks to the eye sound, you know, conscious and positive. Yes, I. Honorable Priest Sevens, if you hear an eye, if you are there, you know,
Through the chair,
yes,
give thanks, my
yeah,
lord.
man, hear from there before the I and I shut down. Go ahead, Honorable Priest. The floor is yours.
That's my Lord and Empress. So we give thanks for another Sunday reasoning. We give thanks for another topic, you know, another enlightening topic, you know. Yes, discrimination is a very serious thing, you know. And in this time, discrimination comes in many different forms. You know, this was just one form we were speaking about today, you know. But we discriminate against each other for many different reasons, you know. You know, different stature, you know, this religion, as we were saying earlier today, you know, country we come from, language, creed, you know, discrimination against gender, discrimination against age groups, you know, many, many different reasons, you know. And I give thanks for the reading that said that the Council of Elders take a stand. When we say we take a stand, that's when we reach to the point of revolting. Maybe we reach to the point there to pick up the gun and protest and all of that. But from we take a stand, yeah, it's a revolutionary stand, you know. I give thanks that, you know, we could declare that to the world internationally, that we are against xenophobia, against discrimination. And I would say in all forms. And we have to, whatever we say we are against, we cannot be guilty of the same thing. You know? Yeah. And it's many, like as I said, many different forms of discrimination, you know? So I do give thanks again for this, what I would say, the black truth, you know? Yeah, and the half that was never told, you know? They say, as the old saying go, the truth will set us free, right? And when we hear that saying, the truth will set us free, we never really ask ourselves, what is the truth setting us free from, right? The truth will set us free from the lies and the misconceptions and the misinterpretations and all the things that confuse us, right?
Truly.
And that is the liberation of the mind, where we can make decisions not from the bandwagon. There's a whole lot jump on the bandwagon and they make their decision from that. They don't really know what is going on, but yet still, you know, yeah. It's the same crowd that said crucify him and they never really search out the matter. You see it?
True.
So, and I must be very careful within our decision making and make sure that we don't make our decisions off of impulse, you know, or off of just being followers, or you know, even off of how I should say, not just to say principle or tradition or culture, but even though some live principle, tradition, and culture, there are moments when you have to make a decision that might be outside of your principle and tradition. And that is the decision you have to make at that moment to do what is right, what is morally right. You cannot let you know what the groups say or what they say or what the books say stop you from doing what is right, no matter the case. You see, and we have to accept anyone. Remember the father words and the man repeated 3 times. Anyone come with the R, anyone come with the R, anyone come with the R. Accept them, no matter who it is. So you cannot no type of discrimination at all. Once it's the right, we accept the right in all forms and from all flesh of all people, tongue and creed. You see? And we give thanks for that understanding of equity and fairness and international justice. You know, what we try to defend, international morality. You know, that you know the world of people, humanity can get a justice. You know, my Lord and Empress. So give thanks again for you know the reasoning and the information and you know the liberation of the mind, you know. Heart of celebration, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks. Bless them.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. You know, I know I couldn't end the day without hearing those beautiful, eloquent statements, you know. So give thanks, Majesty. Empress Diane and Empress Divine, I don't want in the moment without hearing from the item. You know, if the item have any closing comments, the item would be free to share. Royal Empress, is any of the item there? Empress Diane, Empress Divine.
Diane.
I see the love, you know. Yes, Empress Divine, go ahead.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empresses.
I just glorify and reasoning, to see that we're moving forward and we making improvements. I guess the unity starts here, the love starts here, and accomplishment starts here. And I just glorifying it to see that we making a positive move forward amongst I and I them. And I would like to say happy Earth Strong to the honorable priest. You have a blessed day. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Empress. Bless.
Yes, Empress, And while some might say that the father, and I will have to, I'm repeating myself here, but I need to because I wanted to go out universally. Some may say there was no council of elders in the father's time. And I would say to them, you are wrong, totally wrong. Because the 420 elders have always surrounded the father's throne. Always surrounded the father's throne. When I man went to camp, there was as a matter of fact, when I got to camp, it was mostly graybeard, long locks, female and male that was there. Seeing, serving the father. Seeing, yes, the the name or the title Council of Elders wasn't applied, but elders, that word was always used. That word was always a, a standard among us. Now, the title, it's simply not family. The title is Elders Sitting in Council. It's not a new name. It's not something. It is only defining what we are doing. And everyone needs to understand that. We are not creating anything new. And even if we were, we have that right. We are, like we spoke of earlier, think for yourself. Looking at the situation of life right now, do we need a council of elders? Do we need to be hearing from the elders? I say yes, we need to be hearing from more elders because there's much more elders scattered abroad. You understand? We need to be hearing their experiences, hearing their knowledge, hearing their guidance. See? So all we are here, like the Empress just said, it starts here. Unity. It's elders sitting in council, communing one to another. Nothing else. We are not declaring ourselves to be nothing. No parliament, no this, no that, no. We are not on an ego trip. We are not on a power struggle. See? We are just brothers and sisters, concerned brothers and sisters, coming together to see how we can make a difference, how we can set the record straight, how we can leave a legacy for the younger generation coming up, that they will not say that the elders faltered and did not correct it. So we are setting the record straight. So we give thanks for everyone who comes, take their time out of their Sunday, maybe the one day that they have to really do things for themselves and to share that with us here, And I will echo the sentiment of the chair. Since I've been in communion with the council, it has advanced my spirituality on a much greater level. And it has taught me, it has revived my faith in humanity. Because prior to the council, I was losing that faith in humanity with all the chaos that has been going on in the Congress and universally in the world. You start to look on things purely negative. But coming together and hearing each person's testimonial each week, hearing the wisdom of each of I and I each week has renewed my faith and my conviction in what we do, what we are here to do, what we are supposed to be doing. And eventually, we will get it. We will get it. Whether it is the economics that we need to do the work, because while some may say, well, it's not all about money, or without, in this world that we are, without the resources, we cannot do the things we want to do. We cannot go into Africa and build the clinics we want to build and the schools we want to build. We cannot help the widows, the orphans. Africa has the largest amount of orphans on the planet. We cannot go there and do for them what we would like to do. And that has been my passion. I personally, over the years, I've written many articles on the orphans of Africa. I've done deep research on the orphan situation there. And it's a passion of mine because the greatest thing a person can do is to be a father or mother to the fatherless. See? So without resources, we cannot make the impact we need to make to even prove to our brothers and sisters on the continent that we are one, that we have their best interests at heart, and to dispel that xenophobia concept that they have in their minds when they see us succeeding. See, we are coming to share that success. That's what we want them to know by what we do, not what we say, because words can be empty. But by what we do, we can show them what we're all about. We can create those orphanage. We can be the fathers and mothers to those fatherless, making sure that they have food at night, a place to rest their head, and they have education that can take them up out of the lacking, the wanting, the needing, see, and make them productive humans as they're supposed to be. So I give thanks. Empress Dion, did you want to address I and I with any of your love songs?
Oh, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for such a beautiful day and such an upful and liberating reason, you know. Give thanks for freedom, redemption, and international repatriation because with words, songs, and manifestations as today, and no repatriation will be soon, you know. If we continue to work together and come together in one accord and one love, our dream will be a reality and we're not dreaming anything because it's a word song and our word is what we live by, you know. So a good word and a righteous word would never fall to the ground, neither would a good work. So keep up the good work, Council of Elders, and to our chairman, heart of love, heart of bonding, heart of strength, more guidance in your future endeavors, and heart of liberation to one and all, you know. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Stay
Give
black and
thanks.
beautiful to my royal extended family on the YouTube. It was a pleasure. This reasoning was abundance. Give thanks. Blessed love.
Thanks for the love, Royal Empress. I have one more person I would like to call upon. Really two before we close. And I just need to hear the man they open the mic right as me say so. Him know who him is, you know. Honorable Priest Nappy, my lord.
Early, Majesty. When I say art of love to the honorable priest, you know, they are earth strong, Majesty. Known there for a very, very long time, you know, met in the early formative years of Rastafari, you know.
My Lord.
I never see you for a long time, face to face, but, you know, we give thanks from the Council of Elders connect, you know. We get forward in touch on a full basis, you know, so always the man who I know the man to be, you know, me I deal with a man who love the Congress and upliftment and strive for things, you know, do better. So I glorify the man's strength and all of the time where you set, you know, put in for the Congress, and I appreciate of it, my Lord, and the earth strong, and I give thanks to the IFA being here with us and them with my Lord. It's a pleasure knowing the I, my Lord, you know?
Blessed.
Yes, my Lord. And other than that, my Lord, give thanks also, Majesty, you know, for the reasoning, you know, as you said. You know, we just gear up ourselves mentally, you know, that when things come our way, we know exactly how to deal with it. So that's all we have to do, reinforce myself mentally, you know. And we know it go up, my lord, you know, it go up. Things go manifest in such a way where sometimes we don't even realize, you know, but put your shoulder to the wheel, Majesty, you know, because we look up, patting, you know, iron in the fire still, you know. I'll jump off a little bit and go up on the RMO reasoning, you know. And I see what part of races have little things that go on different part of the continent, you know what I mean? As I said, I just run into another empress recently where she has been going into a community, as I said, near where we are to in Uganda. And she said, you'd be surprised how a simple little thing you do inside there. Teach them how to grow and give them, provide them with seed and get a wealth to them. And it's like, people them become wealthy, man. Nice, happy, progressive, more progressive people them where them can sell them goods and everything and feel a worth in the earth, you know what I mean? Because in them area there, you know, is some of the primest land you have, you know, in Africa, you know. Right in Uganda there, you know. The primest set of land, they produce more food for Africa than any other state in Africa. Uganda, you know. So as well as other places that do mighty works, brethren, you know. So we give thanks, you know, we know the time will come when the full connection will really manifest itself, you know. And we find ourselves can go in on the continent, you know. Business go on, where we can help the native people of the land and help ourselves and build with kingdom also, you know. So out of love, you know, my love to each and everyone who sit diligently these days, you know, and commune together, you know. It's a pleasure knowing the item, my Lord. Out of love. Blessed.
Give thanks and every priest nappy. Yeah, man, that's the royal treasurer, you know. Give thanks, you know, for the steadfastness of the man continuously. There's a Zoom user. That's the only person I don't hear nothing from for the day. Zoom user. You don't have another name there, so I can't address you with a name. But if I would like to unmute and just share some love, that freedom would be there. If not, Empress Deborah, you have something to seal up, sweet and spicy and concise. Empress Deborah, are you still with us? If not, I will turn it over to the Honorable Priest Earl to make his last comments and to bring it down for Ayana.
To the chair.
Empress Trisha.
Yes. Give thanks for another great program. As the Council of Elders, you know, sees the necessity, as the elders in the council see the necessity of always educating the world of people. Give thanks for the members of the Women Freedom Liberation League who are always here. We are getting more members. They may come and go, but we are getting more members coming into the council, recognizing that we are a team and we should work united. Blessed art strong, Honorable Priest Ainsley of Zion. Give thanks.
Royal.
Thought we forget. We might have slipped our mind, but we did not forget.
Nah, man. We consider it. Never think so.
Yes, and I would like to say, I'm not sure if you would like it to be said about the organizing committee and the nomination of new members.
Yeah, man.
We would like to congratulate the Council of Elders, the executive body, would like to congratulate Honorable Priest Brown, Honorable Priest Germain, and Honorable Prophet Jamaica. Yes, for being the first three chosen, you know, by the executive body as part of the organizing committee. There will be other nominees coming forward shortly. As you know, once we take it lightly that you're just coming to these reasonings, to these meetings, and you're not being watched. The executive body is watching each and every person and trying to place ones in positions that can assist and help I move forward, not only the council, But the elder care program and any other program, you know, the economic programs and so forth coming forward. So you are being, you know, vetted, if that's a right word to say. So, you know, we do give thanks for the ones who were chosen this past Wednesday. Priest, do you like to say anything about that, or Priest Rasabana? And then I turn it over to the chairman. Bless it.
I give thanks to the honorable brethren who we interviewed Wednesday. We were very impressed with your, you know, answers, and also your whole demeanor. From them times they impressed us that we could have nominated you all. So we give thanks and looking forward to, you know, a smooth running going forward. Cause this more we are together, the happier we shall be. My Lord and Empress, blessed.
And even though we're looking for the smooth, we prepare for the bumps because we know that there's always bumps in the road, you know? Yeah, the life is a roller coaster. So we're looking for the smooth, but we're preparing for the bumps as well. See, and together we will get through those bumps, you know, with the strength of the younger members, you know, working with the elder members, you know, we become a force. When you put the youth with the elders, we become an unstoppable force. See, so we are looking for all our members in any capacity, seeing to contribute, seeing, and don't feel like your contribution goes unnoticed and unappreciated. We appreciate everyone that adds to, whether it is our discussion, our strategic planning, our projects, you know, and as the Royal Empress spoke about the elder care program, we will be looking to formalize this elder care program in a more impactful way as we move forward, because all of us are getting up there. Even if you are 20 today, in 5 years' time, you'll be 25. If you are 40, you'll be 45. If you are 50, and goes on. So at some point, we all are going to be elders. The elder care program, when formalized, will exist for everyone that needs it when they do. So it is upon all of I and I to put an interest in it, to do whatever you can to make it better, whether it is financial contributions, whether it is, you know, services or goods, you know, yeah, because when an elder have given their life to a liberty, you know, when we came into the Congress as young people, it was asked, what can you do for the Congress? When you become an elder within the Congress, we are asking, what can the Congress do for I and I? See, that's a reality, because we are not just here in our spirit, we are here in the flesh, and the flesh has needs, especially as it gets up into that age. It says once a man, once a woman, twice a child. See? So that aspect of our development we will be looking to formalize, you know, in short order. So give thanks for everyone. And oh, Honorable Priest Jermaine, I just saw your hand, my Lord. Honorable Priest Jermaine.
Yes,
Yes, my
Honorable
Lord.
Priest. Give thanks for the moment. And give thanks for, you know, the ones nominating I and I accepting of such nomination. Give thanks even for the Council of Elders saying we too. And like you said, you know, with I and I, you know, testimonies, you know, we have to realize that there's no testimony without a test. Because that's the root word of testimony. And we give thanks for the test that the item passed through, you know, that the item couldn't even come forward and give
yeah, them testimony, you know. So I
My
give
Lord.
thanks to him for myself, working with the Council of Elders same way, within whatever capacity as PRO, and just fulfilling whatever demands are put on I table, So I give thanks once more, my Lord and Empress. I do give thanks, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Volunteer Ethiopian. We do give thanks. Since there is no other one, everyone has said their closing. I will now turn it over to the Honorable Priest Earl for his closing comments. And
Miss Brown.
Honorable Priest Brown, do you have a... Okay, his hand is up. Yes, my Lord. Go ahead, Honorable Priest Brown. Yeah, them are coming. All right, go ahead, my Lord.
Make it short and spicy. To the Royal
No, man, go ahead,
Council,
my Lord. Go ahead, my Lord. Yeah, man. No excuses necessary. Go ahead, man.
to the Royal Council of Elders, for the recognition, I do give thanks because not a complaint, but I just my journey from from our Father's blessed recognition in me, in carrying me through many offices and through many portfolios. It is the first open recognition from my brethren, which is most in order and necessary to function. So I do give thanks to the Council of Elders, brethren, seeing and remembering us and recognizing, our who we are, our purpose and our mission. Give thanks for all things said and done today. You see, I can see clearly we all have one aim, one God, one destiny. And whatever it takes, because what we say reality, there should be no struggle about or any doubt about the significance of financial. Cause put it this simple way, we don't make polish, yet we have to clean the house at least 2 or 3 times a week. So that's what we had to use this that I give you the simple thing, broom, for where we could have juggle for produce or buy the things. Give thanks, God bless him with enough life, and with a love to make enough blessing with to him and with Anki. Then me see him and the humble flowers and fruits, and why me single it out. The flowers, the fruits was for the congregation, the flowers was for the dressing of the tabernacle. You know? So give thanks to I and I as a wonderful people, and through the powers of the Most High, I and I shall go through and find our way through. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie,
The Lord
Jah,
say,
Rasta,
Rastafari.
my Lord,
Glorify,
give thanks.
glorify Honorable Priest Brown. Give thanks. Yes, Honorable Priest Earl, once again, it's your moment and you can make your final statement and close us down as usual with the gloriful blessing. Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes, one perfect love again, royal family. And the man say, oh, what a great day that must be, when I as Africans are free. And give thanks to the unprecedented moment from 1963. That the man says 6 and 3, still accomplished and 9, and even today is 60 and 3 years, from that moment of, which is it is the moment, when I and I African, got to be free, whether by earthquake, whether by lightning, whether by thunderstorm, you know. So, do give thanks, for this unprecedented moment when the royal share her day. You know what I mean? Do give thanks and say energy can't die. How many times we drop this rubber flesh, just like our father, and he's still hearing these voices. You see? So we do give thanks, for say it's not I and I works, but the Father work, one workman in us. Because the man says nothing for I and I as son and daughter to boast about. You see it? But as I say, we are confident, in such victory of good over evil, you know. So I think that the time has come, you know, because, you know, as the brother or sister know, this was the man who the father did still even choose, you know, when him drop the rubber flesh and say, you know, priest shall carry the service, you know. And you remember that world when everyone speak about, you know, yes, you know. And the 12th of this month again, I went to a port trial and did prophesy and warn the people them say we are going home. You know, because there will be an earthquake from Cornwall to Middlesex to Surrey, you know. Because remember, it's a different set of people, you know, over there at the moment. It's not any Morgan, you know, generation. When you look, it's the melanated people you see there, you know. And a couple of hours after that, you know, there was an earthquake little after 3 o'clock. So we still a call for earthquake, lightning, and thunder, you know, because this is these people will not be obedient. You know, they don't want to let us go. But, you know, I and I are still here confident, you know, in a such victory, you know, of good over evil, you know. The man say, you know, the hotter the battle, are just the sweeter the victory, you know. And this is not a bag of mouth, you know, we are commanding, you know, what we want, you know. Yes, my Lord, you know, as an empress, do give thanks to such, you know, unprecedented moment again, 63 year from 1963, you know. So this is even by number, you know, numerology, you know, the time has come. So, you know, who don't want to come and unite, you know, we are their business because enough gotta be like the foolish virgin, you know. So give thanks here and I, as you know, the virgin I put a little oil in our lamp, you know. So do I get a second, my Lord, to close?
Second.
Blessed love, my Lord.
Yes, so with a call for your virtual reverence for we, you know, universally. As I neither said the whole, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and in love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head that run down upon the beard. Even here on day that went down upon the skirt of his garment, as the dew of Hermon and the dew that ascended upon the mountain of Zion. For here Rastafari command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. O Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reigned the heart of all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cast thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that I and I shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, yeah. Rastafari. Give thanks, O thou most high, for the King of Kings in 1963, when the man said, the mighty King. Even Rastafari has spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun until going down there. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Rastafari shall come. Rastafari shall come and shall not keep silent. A fire shall devour before man, it shall be very tempted round about it. It shall call to the heaven from above and to the earth that he might judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made and covenant with me. By sacrifice, say the Holy One of creation. Selassie,
Rastafari.
One perfect love, my beloved family. Give thanks.
My Lord. Majesty bless. Hey, my Lord.